Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You there, Jonathan?
Yeah, we can hear you. Is that Michael Bloom?
Yes, it is, Jonathan. Thank you. Just
Yes.
checking in.
Yes.
Monterey County Lafco Commission meeting. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Adams? Commissioner Root Askew. Commissioner Bickle. Commissioner Church. Thank you. Commissioner Kong.
Here.
Commissioner Leffel.
Here.
Commissioner Oglesby. Commissioner Poitras.
Here.
Commissioner Velasquez. Vice Chair Craig.
Here.
And Chair Gorley.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Anyone, general public comments, we're getting ready to go into a closed session here for 20 or 30 minutes, but first we'll do general public comments. Anyone may address the commission briefly about items not already on the agenda, and then we're going to come back and then we'll get right into our workshop after that. But first of all, any public comments? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Excuse me, Chair. Did you want to do the Pledge of Allegiance before we start?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That's so unlike me. Listen to my voicemail, you know how American I am. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone from the public at this time?
Chair, there are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, the commission will recess for closed session pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. The commission will confer with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Monterey Peninsula Water Management District versus Local Agency Formation Commission of Monterey County. Thank you. We'll see you shortly. Pushing birthdays down your throat. There it is. We'll now reconvene on public agenda items. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Adams? Commissioner Root Askew? Commissioner Bickle? Here. Commissioner Church? Here. Commissioner Kong?
Here.
Commissioner Leffel?
Here.
Commissioner Oglesby?
Here.
Commissioner Poitras?
Here.
Commissioner Velasquez? Here. Vice Chair Craig?
Here.
And Chair Gorley?
Present.
Thank you, sir.
We'll let our Reed speak out on what we have to talk about from our closed session.
We have no reportable action from this last closed session.
Consent agenda. Do we have any items to pull from our commission on the consent? Or do we have a motion on the consent?
Move approval for consent.
It's been moved and seconded, moved by Mary Ann, seconded by Ian. On our consent agenda, all those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Being none, motion carries. Old business, consideration of the draft 2023 municipal service review and sphere of influence study for 5 Greenfield area public agencies. Receive a report from our executive officer.
Thank you, Chair Gorley, members of the commission. This report will be provided by our senior analyst, Jonathan Brinkman.
Thank you, Chair Gorley and commissioners. Through this item today, we are providing some additional information consistent with the commission's continuance motion at the October meeting. and presenting an updated study for commission consideration. So since our last meeting, staff has met with the County Health Department, Environmental Health Bureaus, Drinking Water Protection Services representative, and the Community Water Center representatives to discuss challenges and potential solutions to ensure access to clean drinking water in the areas west of the city of Greenfield. The county Drinking Water Protection Services regulates the water systems of different sizes between 2 to 199 connections throughout the county, and they are aware of the issues in this area west of Greenfield. In this area, there's 2 medium-sized systems with 15 or more connections, and they are currently meeting the drinking water standards. However, there are approximately 4 smaller systems with 2 to 14 connections and at least 7 individual wells that are not meeting the safe drinking water standards. And the primary groundwater contaminants in these areas are the nitrates and the 1,2,3 TCP, that's trichloropropane, that are groundwater contaminants. So what is being done in this area? In the short term, there's a free bottled water program that is run by a nonprofit. It's available to impacted residents with high nitrate levels in their wells. The program will transition to being run by the Community Water Center in March of 2024, and it will remain in place, but the eligibility will be for an income-based eligibility as well by those impacted with the nitrate levels. And the Community Water Center is also working to help improve the water quality for residents affected by 1,2,3 TCP. That's through a state-administered pilot program that would install a point-of-entry device that treats the water in the contaminated well before it enters into the house so that it improves the water quality in an individual household. So using both those programs, there's something in the short term that can help. In the intermediate to long term, through state funds, the Community Water Center is working to identify a permanent drinking water solution for these areas that are west of Greenfield. There are also state funds available to help with construction funding. And so a potential solution that could be a proposed expansion of the city of Greenfield water system to these areas. At this time, city staff has indicated that the city has a number of obligations, such as meeting the infrastructure and service needs of current city residents and planning for future development within the city. So these obligations currently take priority over this potential expansion of the city water system to the west. So if in the future the city is willing and able to extend water service to these areas, Lafco's approval is required for such an out-of-agency service extension. And this has happened in the past, most recently in 2019, where the city of Greenfield submitted a proposal for extension of water services outside their boundaries. Want to also mention there's another process called a city sphere of influence amendment, but it would not be practical at this time, but may be appropriate in the long term. And then just to talk a little more about the disadvantaged unincorporated community that was discussed at the last meeting. So under the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act, identifying areas as a disadvantaged unincorporated community provides for a greater level of consideration. In particular, under the Act, if a city proposes an annexation of more than 10 acres that is contiguous to a disadvantaged unincorporated community, LAFCO may not approve that annexation unless there's been an annexation application for that disadvantaged unincorporated community that's also been filed. So it gives a little more level of consideration for LAFCO of a disadvantaged unincorporated community in a future annexation if it's touching a DUC, a disadvantaged unincorporated community. Staff has reviewed the disadvantaged unincorporated community issue in this area. Just to note that this area west of the city is mostly agricultural, and it's interspersed with small clusters of housing and businesses. Sorry, just a moment. Staff has reviewed this area, and it meets the criteria for a disadvantaged unincorporated community in CKH. That means the income levels are less than 80% of state median household income, and there are 12 or more registered voters. Just wanted to note also, Lafco has the ability to establish a local policy on disadvantaged unincorporated communities. Since we, as a Lafco, don't have a local policy in this, the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act definition is what we've relied on in this case. So we've identified this DUC to the west of the city. It's been updated in the report. We've also updated the report on issues of groundwater contamination, the regulatory framework, the potential drinking water solutions that I've just covered, and we've adjusted the recommendations based on a City of Greenfield comment to reflect that the 3 districts that are mentioned in the final recommendation, the Greenfield Cemetery District, Memorial District, and Public Recreation District, should fund the recommended feasibility study to evaluate the city-district integration. So with that, that ends staff's presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on the dais? Seeing none, we'll open this up for public comment. Anyone from the public? Do we have anybody online? Come on up to the podium.
Hello, members of Lafco.
Welcome.
My name is Saul Cardona, and I represent the community for safe and clean and affordable drinking water in the Greenfield, a newly formed group of residents who are getting organized for portable drinking water in our community. We appreciate Lafco commissioners and staff revising the MSR to include the disadvantaged, underserved communities near Walnut Avenue and 12th and Pine, northwest of the city, Greenfield. The current lack of access to safety drinking water in this area and funding opportunities to address the problem. We look forward to work with the city and Lafco to achieve a drinking water solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Hugan. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Greenfield, and it's a privilege to be heard by LAFCO membership. I'd like to make one thing importantly clear. There are 2 separate issues involved here. One is the study of the performance of the respective special districts. Okay, apparently there are some performance issues that require some study. We're entirely supportive of that effort in every way we can. It's noteworthy, however, that these special districts, of which there are 4, there are none in the city of Salinas, but there's 4 in Greenfield. Many of them predate incorporation of the city and were created before World War II. So we would urge in these studies that the true issues are actually studied. For example, the cemetery district created over 80 years ago, it stands to reason that they might run out of parking spaces at some point. So we're fully supportive of that effort. Secondly, for those of you who are aware of what happened in Flint, Michigan not too long ago when the entire water supply was contaminated due to a dispute between elected officials, like some of you and staff like us, the city of Greenfield cannot overstate the seriousness with which we take our responsibilities. When we talk about staying within our lane, we see our responsibilities as serving the people who live and reside in the city and the 560 business licensees who do business in the city and are attempting to earn a living. Accordingly, we prioritize our workload to protect the resources that are necessary to develop the 3 annexations that have already taken place in our city, some of which some of you may be familiar. For example, the Yanks Air Museum project, that might sound familiar for those of you who might go back 30 years. Okay, we're still working on that. In addition, we have approximately 200 acres of the South End annexation, both east and west of 101, and of course the 150 residential units that are market rate units known as the Miramonte annexation. So consequently, I want to make it perfectly clear that at this time, the city of Greenfield is wholly uninterested in what amounts to a grant proposal. The CWC efforts is nothing more than a grant proposal for which the city has no intention to apply for a service extension for expanding westward of the city. Once the 400 acres are done, we're going to expand easterly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Do we have anybody on our line?
Chair, no hands are raised on Zoom.
No other public comment? We'll bring this back to the dais. Do we have a motion for staff recommendation? Do we have any questions? What's the pleasure of the dais? Mary Ann?
Chair, I have a question. So right now, those properties are in the county, correct? And those properties are, how many?
Total properties?
I'll try to show a map here. Just one moment.
I believe it's a dozen, but
I think I made a note of 12 last time, but I wasn't sure. Is that about right? 12?
It's showing, sorry. Trying to share the screen, but it's more than 3 properties. It's now the map is on screen. So this map was the new map included in the study, showing in the blue outlined areas the disadvantaged unincorporated community, and so it's the areas in yellow within the blue are showing the inhabited areas where there's residences or businesses, and the clear areas are just agricultural fields. So you can see roughly in those outlined blue areas what we're talking about west of the city.
So do we know, has there been any discussion of the county to help the city with the financial piece of attaching these so that people could have what I think is a right, which is clean water?
So I think on the, if I may, Chair, on the financial piece, so that is still being studied. This Community Water Center has state grant funds to hire a consultant to complete a feasibility study on a solution. So they are in the process of hiring that consultant, and the study would be following from that and have a recommended permanent solution, which will likely be the city. That's just what I've heard from the Community Water Center. But there hasn't been a cost that's been estimated for that.
I'm embarrassed for all of us.
Supervisor Church?
Sorry, kind of in between screens here. I don't know what I'm on. As I look at where these communities are, some are within the sphere of influence of Greenfield and some are not. Is that correct? Which
That's correct.
Greenfield has made clear it's not interested in or unable to do anything at this point. I do want to point out, just for a little point of information here, that I see on the report that bottled water is being provided to these residents. But just to add to one of the other temporary solutions in place is the county recently made some changes and put into place its point of use, point of entry water treatment process, so that these small systems will have an opportunity to actually be able to put in treatment systems that could be certified by the county, and there is no time limit on those, as long as these systems are not over 15. All these are under 15 connections, correct? Because 15 to 199 is going to involve the state, and the state only wants you to use it for about 3 years. The county has put this in, so this, it takes away some. If they proceed to go down this route, it does give another avenue besides just bottled water where they can perhaps use the drinking water they have. That's not a great long-term solution, but it is going to make it healthy to use for the current time.
Thank you. Mayor Velasquez?
Thank you, Chair. I have a quick question, and I know obviously there's different viewpoints in terms of who's responsible and where they're within that sphere of influence. But looking at potential solutions. So, just from my understanding, if they're designated as, or are they currently already designated as a disadvantaged unincorporated community, in order to be able to move forward with submitting an application to CW, is it the Community Water Center? I guess my question is, in order to look at what are some of the potential solutions here, if the county's already working with them, is there a possibility that who needs to designate them where so they can try to look at an option, a viable option for their wells?
So what we've updated the study to say that this is a disadvantaged unincorporated community in Lafco's view and Lafco's identification of that. So that gives the DUC a greater level of consideration for any future annexations the city has that touches on to this identified unincorporated community. In terms of state funding, there's state funding that is available to support these access to a permanent drinking water solution. That is what the Community Water Center is working on, developing that feasibility study to identify the permanent solution. So I think in terms of what LAFCO is able to do for purposes of identifying the community, and if a application comes from the city to extend the service from the city to these areas, it requires a LAFCO approval, but it needs the willingness of the city and the property owners to move forward with that sort of solution.
Thank you for that clarification. So it does need support from the city, but because it's in the unincorporated area, what is the support that's needed from the county? And is there a possibility for the county and the city to work together?
Yeah, so the county, as I mentioned, they regulate the water systems from 2 connections to 199 connections. So they are aware of the drinking water issues west of the city in these areas. I believe there's been a meeting already between the city, CWC, and the county to talk about water solutions to these areas. So I think the county is engaged in looking at solutions here. They've been part of that solution in 2019, where the city extended services to an area in its sphere of influence. on Apple Avenue. So I think there is awareness from the county, and the county is participating in these discussions.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion on the dais or in action? No motion yet.
I'll move approval of our receiving the report from the executive director for our adopting a resolution for the Greenfield. Looking at my for the City of Greenfield, Greenfield Fire Protection District, Greenfield Memorial District, Greenfield Public Recreation District, and Greenfield Cemetery District. Sorry, with the resolution as attached in our staff report.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Need a roll call? No?
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Just one question on that last agenda item. What's the percentage of single point use versus multifamily? Are we considering, the testimony that we heard at the last meeting was mostly single point use, correct?
Yes, yeah.
So hopefully they're going to consider not only extending city services, which would be in the millions, but also single point use osmosis systems. I mean, if we're taking human waste on the space shuttle and they're able to drink and fertilize up there, the technology's there. No doubt that when you can't clean the water that they currently have, it's not a quantity issue, it's a quality issue of the water in the farm. So hopefully they're going after that issue, and that grant funding for disadvantaged households, that money has to be there. Anyway, we'll now move on to new business. Consider final annual audit report from fiscal year ending June 30, 2023. Recommended action. Receive executive officer's report.
All right. Thank you, Chair Gorley. Agenda item number 10 in your meeting packet includes an audit that has been prepared for the fiscal year ending June 2023. This report was prepared by Bianchi, Casavan, and Pope of Salinas. It has been reviewed with our Budget and Finance Committee this past November. And today, Ms. Karen Campbell is here representing her firm. She'll be presenting the report, and the recommended action is adoption of the final audit. Thank you. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Gorley and members of the Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to present the audit for the year ended June 30, 2023. As Executive Officer McKenna stated, I met recently with members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and we had a very detailed discussion of the audit report. I'm happy to be here to present the results of that discussion and topics. So first, I have a few brief comments that I'd like to share, and I'll be happy to respond to any questions. If anything arises that I'm not able to address today, I'll be happy to respond after this meeting. There are two tabs or sections in your tab 10. The first is the auditor's communications letter, and it's followed by the audited financial statements. The first short document, the auditor communications letter, is a customary and required letter issued by all auditors at the conclusion of the audit. It serves as a tool for auditors to communicate certain key items to those charged with governance. Highlights from this letter include the fact that there were no difficulties encountered during the audit. There were no disagreements encountered during the audit. The audit was completed in a timely manner in accordance with the timeline that was discussed and planned. Management personnel and the accounting team were very helpful, prompt, and efficient. Overall, it was a very smooth and clean audit, and there's no separate management letter to present to this group. Moving on to the audited financial statements, that's the bigger portion in the tab 10. I just wanted to highlight a few things there. First, and most importantly, the audit opinion that is issued is what's deemed an unmodified or clean opinion. That's the highest level of assurance an auditor can give. Also included in our report towards the end on pages 45 and 46, you'll find the internal control over financial reporting and compliance. And the results of our testing disclose that there are no instances of non-compliance that need to be shared with this group. I'm going to stop for a minute and just see if anyone has any questions to this point.
The dais, any questions? Sure, we'll hear from Mary Ann shortly. No? Chair of our Finance Committee, go ahead.
All right. Honestly, I don't intend to go through the report page by page. Again, we had a very lively discussion when we met in November. And so I think we're all invested in the report and everybody's on the same page, literally. So we're happy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We bring it back to the dais for questions, and we'll open it up for public.
So I will make a comment now, and I really want to thank Karen for working with us, because we did have concerns on how we were showing that we do have an unfunded pension liability. And so I think both our accountant and our auditing firm learned some things about it, and they were able to accommodate us to our satisfaction for the Budget and Finance Committee by using footnotes on the issue. So it may be something that we all need a little more schooling on. But anyway, I do think that it's a good audit report. It's a clean audit report. And from Budget and Finance, we were appreciative of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? We'll open this up for public comment. Anybody from the public on this? Anybody on Zoom?
Chair, no hands are raised on Zoom.
Okay. Bring it back for,
I would move approval of the final annual audit.
it's been moved by Mary Ann, seconded by Wendy, for approval of our audit. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Being none, motion carries. Thank you. Number 11, proposed amendments to the Lafco Rules and Regulations bylaws. I believe this has to do with a lot of Zoom meetings that have been going on, that have been pirated lately, but we'll leave this up to the executive director.
Right. Thank you again, Chair. Agenda item number 11 will be presented today by Jonathan Brinkman.
Chair and Commissioners, this is an item, it's intended to provide tools to the Commission through updates in the bylaws to help maintain order during meetings and address any disruptions via Zoom or otherwise if they arise. We've consulted with the chair on this item. And just to go over what's being proposed in these bylaws, first would be a change from parliamentary procedures from Robert's Rules to Rosenberg's Rules of Order. Just a side note that Robert's Rules of Orders, the current revised version, is 179 pages. Rosenberg's Rules of Order are 10 pages in length. And just to note that we're already using some of Rosenberg's Rules of Order in using consistently the 3 basic motions, procedure for resolving multiple motions on the floor, and prescribed role of the chair. So it may be an easy transition if the Commission approves these updates to the bylaws. As part of that recommendation, we're recommending that the Commission consider receiving a training from Lafco General Counsel on the use of Rosenberg's Rules of Order at the next meeting. And then on the other update to the bylaws is to add a code of conduct and rules of decorum. So this would serve as a guide to commissioners and staff in performance of duties, and would set expectations for decorum at our meetings. To reinforce this code of conduct and rules of decorum, we've added some additional clarifying language to Section 12 under the chair and chair pro tempore section of the bylaws to clarify the role of the chair and in preserving the order at meetings and to take appropriate steps to address disturbances and disruptions. So that's staff's presentation. We're available, and so is General Counsel for any questions on these proposed changes.
Do we have any questions from our commissioner? We'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Anyone from the public on this? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Chair, no hands are raised on Zoom.
I know that my little Robert's Rule of Orders little book is from, I think, 1986, maybe. So I've had it a while. It'd be great. Do they make a little book for Rosenberg's new one? That's what we could all have a copy at our next meeting when we have a presentation. That'd be great. Commissioner Church?
I understand this is being used to handle problems that may come up from Zoom. I was kind of want to get a little clarification on how that would be resolved and with this adoption.
Happy to join in here. So the rules, Rosenberg's and Robert's rules are relatively similar. Well, one's more complex, one's more simplistic and easier to use. So I tend to suggest Rosenberg's for a lot of good reasons. One of the things actually I had a discussion here with the vice chair about was when we have disruptions, what is the course of action? What is the appropriate thing to do? And what we did is we adopted Rosenberg's Rules of Order, which give the chair some authority. But I also, if you take a look at the bylaws, added in a very specific thing to address one of the items that the vice chair had raised, which was, does the chair have the unilateral authority to call a recess if there's a disruption, or do they need to call for a motion and go through the parliamentary act of trying to get a motion voted on while there's a disruption? So making that very clear in here that in the event of a disruption, the chair has the authority to call a short recess without that process, just to allow it. And so in my experience, oftentimes when these disruptions occur, what you need is somebody to say, I'm going to turn off the microphones of the audience. I'm going to reiterate that we all need to comport ourselves to the decorum and the standards. If the person doesn't allow that to happen, it's going to be hard to call a motion. So he may need to, as the chair, or she may need to, as the vice chair, say we're taking a short recess to allow order to be restored when we resume. That's why it has in consultation with general counsel. So we have, unfortunately, with Zoom and other things in this world, we have almost a script written out at this point for when you have disruptions of this nature. You inform the individuals of what the rules and expectations are, and if they fail to comport themselves and they're substantially impairing the conduct of the board, which is like the legal magic words that we would be looking towards, then we can take appropriate action to shut down that particular disruption. So it's designed to give the chair the opportunity to first call a timeout, essentially. We'll take a recess, we'll take a pause. We use that time usually to determine the appropriate course of action so that there isn't an immediate knee-jerk response to shut down a speaker and maybe run afoul of their constitutional right to share what their opinion is, even if we disagree with it, right? They can share anything they think and want to, but there are still some parameters on how you can comport yourself in public. So it's a kind of an obscenity test. You know it when you see it. Right, and it's hard to write down exactly what it is, but when we encounter it, we do have an appropriate plan for how to make sure that this board isn't disrupted in that manner.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that explanation. I just wanted that to kind of be clarified out for the public and everybody on the board. The other thing I would just throw out that I think is something the body needs to perhaps think about when it has Zoom calls in is that's the only medium that people can address us and stay anonymous. And that it might be worthwhile for us to consider that if somebody's going to be on Zoom, that they need to be live on there and not just have their a name or some other picture up or something along this way. People tend to get, when they're anonymous, a little more courageous on saying things that are inappropriate than if they have to be up there in a live feed, which we don't have that problem quite too often from the podium here or when people speak. So it's just an idea.
I just wanted to join in and say, I like that idea. I also thought of it, so that makes that even a greater idea. But I think that the point here is that we need to make sure that people don't feel emboldened to act inappropriately. And as you know, that some people are just shutting off Zoom as an opportunity. And it's within this commission and any other board's discretion to say, we'll allow Zoom public commenters. We don't have to by law, but we will allow it provided you show us your face. And if they don't want to, I mean, then we're going to get into regulating, are they wearing a mask? We'll see about that, right? We'll deal with these problems as they're put out there, but I think that's a good insight to not just shut down opportunities, because not everyone could be here tonight.
That's great. Good idea. Thank you. Do we have any action?
Sorry, I have a question. This way.
Supervisor Adams?
Sounded like a voice coming out of the heavens, I would hope. At any rate, having been the subject or having had the experience of being Zoom bombed, which was unbelievable because of the content of what was coming on, we did exactly as you suggested. We quickly just turned everybody who didn't have their name or their picture up off. We just cut them off, and it stopped the problem that we were facing because I didn't want to have to stop the meeting and then reconvene at another time. So I think that's a very good solution. But I have a different question, actually. I wanted to ask if we were to choose to go with the Rosenberg bylaws or rules of order rather than Roberts, and it's not working for us. Can we switch back is one question, and then can we just do it back and forth from meeting to meeting? Do we need to declare at the beginning of the meeting which rules of order we're going to be following, or how does that work?
This commission can certainly at any time via the same process change the bylaws to say something different, could adopt a different set of parliamentary rules. So it's really the decision of the commission. You wouldn't, I think, as a practical matter and in practice want to be just vacillating between two types of rules. That would make it pretty difficult. And then the final comment that I'll make, which is I'm sure I appreciate not always consistent with all their things you may hear, but parliamentary procedure is about parliamentary procedure. It's about ensuring the process goes forward so everyone knows what to do. So to the extent that you get clarity in the process and you know clearly what staff should do, who voted which way, what items were being discussed, that's the intent of the parliamentary procedure. So when there's violations, yeah, there can be violations of those, but oftentimes the remedy is to just simply go back and just re-go through a process that, you know, it's just a matter of ensuring everyone gets to participate, notice substantive due process elements.
Thank you.
And just a second point to that, it's my understanding that Rosenberg's Rules of Order is an abbreviated version of Robert's Rules of Order. So there aren't a lot of differentiations in policy between the two. It's just an abbreviated version.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'll just go quick. I'm just wondering why would we adopt the change before we took the training on it? And, you know, either or, and I understand how simple they are, you know, 10 pages as opposed to the book. But I'm just wondering why would we adopt them before we took training to see if that's what we wanted to do.
I don't think there's anything to say there, except that's a good observation, putting the cart before the horse. We could easily delay action, I suppose, have the training, and then let the commission decide, having heard about the two types of options, which one they want to go forward with.
Commissioner Leffel?
That was actually what I was going to bring up, so we're good.
Do we have a motion to continue this item?
I would move that we continue the item to January.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, being none, motion carries. Thank you. We'll now move on to a public hearing to consider proposed Castroville Community Services District Minor Sphere of Influence Amendment out of agency wastewater service extension for the existing buildings on the west side of Struve Road and the Moss Landing area, unincorporated Monterey County. Receive a staff report from the executive officer.
Thank you, Chair. This is a public hearing item. Please reference agenda item number 12 in your meeting packet. The item will be presented today by Jonathan, and we do have here today General Manager Eric Tynan from the Castroville Community Services District. Welcome. So, Jonathan, thank you.
Chair and Commissioners, today's item is a proposal from the Castroville Community Services District. They've requested a minor sphere of influence amendment and out-of-agency service extension for extension of wastewater service to a developed portion of a larger agricultural parcel. The site is approximately 1 mile north of Moss Landing, is on the west side of Struve Road. And the intent of this proposal is to provide a wastewater extension to an existing single-family residence and office located adjacent to the district's boundaries. The district has requested an easement from the property owners, who are Ortega Berry Farms, to relocate and maintain district wastewater facilities in the easement area. In exchange, the property owner requested a district wastewater service extension to its existing buildings that currently use on-site septic system. And the proposed Lafco action would help respond to and address the district's immediate needs. And the sphere of influence amendment and out-of-agency service extension proposal area would be included in the future in a comprehensive annexation application from the district. And just a note on that there are land use safeguards in place to address any future growth-inducing potential for this application. So this application is intended to serve existing buildings only on the developed portion of the parcel. It's a 5.5 acre area, and the county zoning designations for the site are resource conservation in the coastal zone and coastal agricultural preserve in the coastal zone, which limit future property uses to agricultural support type uses. Any change in land use would be subject to the County of Monterey's discretionary approval process, and no such changes are contemplated at this time. And just to note that the property owner is currently on a septic system in general, moving from septic to a treated wastewater system avoids potential impacts to the groundwater resources by eliminating the use of that septic system. It would also could be a benefit to the property owner in the future should that septic system need to be replaced. It could be quite costly, so there's some benefits there to the property owner. But I want to mention Eric Tynan, General Manager, Castroville CSD, is here. And if the chair would like, he could also add some comments on this.
Go ahead, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Gourmet, Commissioners. One of the motivating factors for this is the existing lift station, sewer lift station, is in somebody's driveway. It has some heavy, we have to have these heavy plates over it to keep it, and they're buckling, and the edges of it are coming up. It's a hazard. This property is not going to be growing anymore. I mean, it's not going to be growth inducing. This is not a CEQA issue, but we're rebuilding the entire moss lining system. This is the only part that needs an annexation, but it would be very helpful for us, for the property owner. And it's also a lower spot. If you've been on Struve Road during the rain, water gets right up to where it floods into the lift station and causes where the regional pump station can't keep up. They had to get a special pumper out there this last rain and 2 weeks ago. So it's a win for getting off the septic. It's a win for protecting this guy's property rights and for allowing us to improve the system. We are applying for a grant right now for all this work, and they won't proceed forward with it until we show that we own an easement on the property.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have any questions on the dais for this item? This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Chair, no hands are raised on Zoom.
Okay, we'll go ahead and thank you, sir.
Thank you much.
Go ahead and bring this back to the dais. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Church. Commissioner Leffel was our second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you. Executive Officer Communications.
Thank you. We have none.
Okay, Commissioner comments? Seeing none, we're going to move right on to continuing our workshop regarding Lafco policies, implementation practices for ag preservation and mitigation. Receive any updated new information from Lafco staff and legal counsel.
Thank you, Chair. This is as you have mentioned, this is a continued workshop from the Commission's November 27th meeting. To begin with, today you'll be receiving a report from our LAFCO staff, Darren McBain, and also from our General Counsel. Go ahead, Darren. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the Commission. We are here today for a continued discussion of LAFCO's agricultural mitigation requirements for city annexations of lands that are currently farmlands. The basic approach and concept that staff has been recommending is to keep the current policy, the adopted policy from 2010 as it is, but to develop a set of written policy implementation guidelines to provide more clarity and certainty going forward on specific ag mitigation requirements for future proposals. The intention is for these guidelines to be probably 1 to 2 pages of simple, straightforward statements providing guidance on what LAFCO would require with regard to when ag mitigation should occur, what that mitigation should look like, in what general vicinity should conservation easements be placed if they are being proposed, how much mitigation should be required, and what sorts of exceptions should apply. Staff has some recommendations for each of these decision points. Jonathan, get the slide there.
Alex, could you please load the slides? Thank you.
If you can give us just a moment, we'll let the slides get caught up. Staff does have some recommendations for each of these decision points that would go into the guidelines. Staff is recommending that the ag mitigation should generally be provided as conservation easements, but with an option also available for payment of in lieu fees. Next slide, please. Staff is recommending that mitigation should generally be provided in the same community where the annexation is occurring to the extent possible. Staff is recommending that mitigation should be at no less than a 1-to-1 ratio on comparable farmland, although the Commission would always have the discretion to require more than 1-to-1 based on circumstances or locations of where the mitigation is occurring. Staff is also recommending that exceptions from mitigation requirements would be available on a limited basis, on a case-by-case basis, but typically in most situations, mitigation should be provided for all state-designated farmland. And very importantly, regarding the timing of carrying out ag mitigation, staff recommends, in keeping with the current practice, that the recommendation is that the completion of mitigation should stay within LAFCO's process at the time of annexation, because this is really the only way to truly have certainty as to what the ag mitigation actions for the loss of farmland will be and when those actions will occur. Really just to have it all completed up front as a condition of approval before the annexation is recorded. That's the only most direct way to have that certainty. However, we have all heard, and staff understands very importantly, that the concern that for very large annexations, the financial costs could be $5, $10, $15 million of mitigating conversion of several hundred acres of farmland, and paying that full cost all at once. Maybe this is more than a property owner or developer can reasonably be expected to put up front at the annexation stage. So how do we address that concern? Well, one option would be for LAFCO to approve city expansion proposals in phases of 5 to 7 years of development land. So have annexations be approved kind of in smaller chunks as provided for in LAFCO's adopted phasing policy. Other possible approaches could be available, though. Since last Monday, staff and council have discussed some other possible mechanisms and considerations that could help alleviate this cost concern and help annexations be able to move forward efficiently as possible. And I believe our general counsel was at this point going to have some remarks or some additional kind of context and background to add here at this point. So I will turn it over to our general counsel.
Thank you, Darren. Last time we were here, I was asked by this commission to look into some legal options that would exist, if any, to address that need to structure the timing of ag mitigation in a way that gave more flexibility to developers. I think that's kind of how I summarize the assignment. And so I'll break down my findings, kind of moving through some of the options that I see available for the commission to consider today and in the future as well. And I'll start with where we are today, which is the practice and the kind of de facto policy practice here has been to require the ag mitigation be satisfied before this staff agency would record that certificate, right? And that would eventually, or effectively prohibit the land from being annexed in until the ag mitigation had been achieved. And as Darren just noted, we wanted to see what is available to both allow Lafco to maintain certainty regarding ag mitigation, but to open the door for developers, whether it's financing or other arrangements need to be made to allow projects to proceed. So starting at the beginning, there's always no change. You could always take this existing structure and say we're going to require 100% of the ag mitigation to occur before we record the certificate. But we also did some research to try to look past that because we heard that that was not satisfactory, right? We can't just stay where we are. That's why we're here today. So one option that did bubble up to the surface is to taking an approach to phasing the recordation of the certificates. So for example, somebody comes in and they say, I want to annex in a very large project, call it 500 acres. It would not be feasible at this time to satisfy the ag mitigation because the financing costs are too high. And we do have an example of something similar to this approach that came out of Southern California, which is how it came to our attention. And what essentially occurred is an applicant came in and Lafco said, indeed, we will take a certificate and we will record it to allow essentially the first phase of the project to go forward. So even though I'm referring to it as phasings, you should recognize that the application was for one project. And they broke off a piece of that and said, here's a certificate of completion, and they recorded it. And those acres were allowed to be annexed in at that time. But they also said that in order for you to get the remainder recorded, what we'll need to do is see that ag mitigation at that time in the future. And they had a certain, and it wasn't ag mitigation, I'm saying it's ag mitigation because that's our example. But in that case, they said we need to see something in the future. And when we do, then we will allow you to come back, show that to our staff, and then this other half of the certificate would be recorded and the full amount of the land would be annexed in. So effectively, the applicant only had to make one proposal, one application, one project, but the recordation of the land came in stages. And the way that we arrive at that is a provision of the Knox, I'm going to mispronounce it, CKH. I'm not going to do that to myself. That does provide this commission with a process that you're familiar with at this time, which is an extension. And what it says under that code section is that you may grant an extension in time as is reasonable in the commission's opinion to allow the satisfaction of the condition. So what could occur is you could say today, if you have a 500-acre project, but you could only get half of the ag mitigation, today we will record 250 acres, and you will have obviously satisfied the ag mitigation that is tied to that 250. The future 250 will be recorded, and we can grant extensions as this commission under its jurisdiction to say 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years' time. And staff can have to monitor that project. But it does allow for somebody to say, I came in, I had one application, I had one big package, and I was able to proceed. It wasn't required the totality of that project to be financed up front. So that was one of the alternatives that we explored as a potential. I like it because it provides Lafco with what it currently has, which is absolute certainty, right? There's no potential for a change or for something to not come to pass. Now, granted, I should say that perhaps they don't ever get that ag mitigation done and they wouldn't get the entitlement to the remainder to be recorded and to be annexed in. But if the issue that's been identified is we need to break up the mitigation, this would effectively break it up, whether it's financially in terms of paying in lieu fees or recording different amounts of of set-aside land at different times, depending on what's available in the market. So that was the big ticket item that I feel like could work for this commission if the developers were interested in it, because it provides the commission with what we have today, which is certainty as to the ag mitigation that's being negotiated and asked for. You get what you have bargained for in that arrangement. So that was the my main recommendation, is to consider that and to explore that further. If that's interesting and that's something that this commission wants to explore, we'd have to do a little bit more staff work to put together the documentation necessary to support that process, but it would be worthy, and it feels like it's achievable to us. I did have a nice conversation or email, at least with our newest Commissioner Bickle, who brought up a very good point as I was going back and forth with him, which is you can't get something for nothing. And so one topic that had kind of been touched and then immediately backtracked on by me was the idea of a deed restriction, because I just don't think, as a person who used to practice private law, my clients would want that. But that's a good point. You can't get something for nothing, is what he said. And if they want the flexibility, there's always the opportunity for them to choose different types of mechanisms that provide enforceability and certainty. We may not be able to impose those as conditions, right? We can't force people because we have some constraints on what we're prohibited from doing, but we can process applications that are voluntarily submitted. So similarly, if someone were to say, I would deed restrict this property and I would write it in a way that the development wouldn't be able to proceed until XYZ occurred, again, you could phase out the ag mitigation, because until the mitigation took place, they wouldn't have the entitlement or the right under the deed restriction to continue with subdividing, recording maps, whatever the case may be. Depends on how it's written. So that's also in that same certainty camp. May not be as attractive to the applicants, but it's an option, and you can't get something for nothing. So we'll keep that in the discussion as well. If there are parties out there that would be willing to do it, that's also something that I think that this commission could approve and maintain ag mitigation control or certainty while giving flexibility. The other items that we talked about briefly, I looked into them, and they're less certainty. So as we move along our spectrum, we started out with absolute certainty with our existing process. We get 100% of mitigation today. There's no future monitoring requirement, but there's also a way we can do that where we get the certainty and we have a little bit of a monitoring obligation with that last one we discussed. There's another approach which we could consider, and I'll walk you through the example, and I'm just going to say it now on the front end. You know I'm more direct than I could be, is that I wouldn't recommend this one because it lacks the certainty, and I'll give you an example as to why. That being said, it is an option and it can be used, and so it's not foreclosed. The commission does have the discretion to use this. But what we had heard at the last couple of meetings was, can we do something along the lines of a contract, an agreement with the applicant to satisfy the ag mitigation in the future? And I was interested because it sounded like a good idea, and I still think it might be able to work. The way this would work is as follows. An applicant comes in, they have a CEQA document that discusses the mitigation of ag land. You have to, it's required by CEQA. And they need to have legitimate analysis in that CEQA document. They need to look at legitimate mitigation, and if they're going to be alternative sources, they would have to provide a legitimate assortment of options and the analysis that CEQA requires to support it. If this body then accepted that, we could simply trust that they will follow the CEQA document in the future and let the CEQA document be the guide for future development. You could also put up not just a CEQA document itself, but we could have a side agreement between the commission and the applicant that says, essentially, this is an ag mitigation agreement per this CEQA document. This is the mitigation that's going to occur, and we have a contract to that effect. That gives us kind of continuing jurisdiction, if you will, over that topic. The issue is, what is the enforceability and what is the risk associated with it? And so the risk is that obviously somebody isn't going to follow their promise, and we're in an enforcement position. What does that look like? So I'm going to use a specific project example because this actually happened here to this commission in the past, and it's a very interesting story. And about, I apologize for Mayor Craig, this does involve her client, or I mean her appointing authority, I should say. But in 2010, the city of Salinas came to Lafco with a project to bring in what was called the Unicool property, and it was about 250 something acres was going to come in, and in exchange for that, there was going to be a deeding of about 180 acre ranch to the Ag Land Trust. The Ag Land Trust was going to take that in fee and use it going forward to ensure sustainable agriculture. And so that CEQA document analyzed that exact mitigation. This property will be deeded over to the Ag Land Trust. It came to this commission. This commission looked at that and said, that sounds fantastic. It was actually lauded at the time as one of the more forward-thinking and big ticket mitigations. So this commission said absolutely, gave it the approval and recorded the certificate that allowed that property to be annexed in. That was in 2010. So the ag mitigation did not get achieved before the certificate was recorded. 2016 comes around and the developer gets in touch with the city and they rescind that condition. And that resulted in a lawsuit where the Ag Land Trust filed the suit against the city of Salinas and the developer and won, and was able to successfully compel the city and the developer to turn that property over, to deed it to the Ag Land Trust, and there was attorney's fees and costs involved, I'm sure, as well. But the reason I bring that up is because it is a contract, it is enforceable, but if somebody decides they're not gonna follow it, it took a motivated, funded litigant, and I don't know how frequently the Ag Land Trust has, the interest in litigating this topic, but I imagine because it was a deeding of a property versus an easement dedication, probably more of an interest for them to obtain compliance and get that particular condition satisfied. But that's the risk that's associated with going forward with either just trusting a CEQA document or trusting a side agreement, is that the people involved may change, right? There's new politicians from 2010 to 2016. There's new project developers. There's new staff members. Not everybody is on the same page as to what happened and what the expectation was. Now, in that case, the case was resolved and the mitigation occurred. And so that's a positive end of the day result, but it may not have gone that way, is what I would say, is litigation is full of risk. So you can take that approach. It is an option, but we have, kind of in our rearview mirror, a pretty poignant example of that type of thing unraveling. So if that was to occur, what I would say is you could do it legally too. So if we had an agreement that said we're going to follow CEQA, there is a process by which a city or a developer can go get an addendum or do a second EIR to remove the mitigation. There can be statements of overriding considerations adopted by the agency to remove the mitigation. So even though you may have a contract, what if the agency removes that requirement? And then what can Lafco do? Because at that point, the ship has sailed. There's only one ticket for us, which is to record the certificate or not. And so I bring that to you because there are good actors out there who you can partner with and trust, and I'm sure you will encounter them in the community, but sometimes it's not about nefariousness or malfeasance. Sometimes things just go sideways. And whether it was the project, the person who was behind the project bailed and went to a different place and now the project doesn't pencil out, that can happen too. And when it does, what's the end result? And the end result in that case was litigation. So that is an option. You could structure an agreement, and then you would, if you're going to take that route, I would suggest consider doing things that account for those risks, because it's expensive to litigate. So if you're going to have somebody who's going to make an agreement, perhaps they should post a bond in order to make sure that if you do have to litigate, you have a source of money to do that, and then once it's all satisfied, you could release it. There's different ways to deal with that risk, but I wanted to identify it as risk because it had been very clearly in the hot seat not that long ago. So those are the three kind of main areas I would kind of suggest to you that well, it's only two really, right? It's either keeping it in a phased recordation. We could keep our status quo, which I hear the commission doesn't want to do. There's phased recordation of those certificates, which just seems to get to where we're trying to go and gives flexibility. And then that has the best risk profile for the commission. And the one with the least attractive risk profile to me would be relying on side agreements, because there is the risk of litigation and the need to enforce it. So you would need to take appropriate actions to mitigate that risk. That being said, I will turn it back over to staff or to the commission for questions. Happy to answer.
The dais, questions? Supervisor Wendy?
I'd just be curious to hear from our executive director what the thinking is given the feedback from council. It's interesting. Thank you for the options. I think these are something to think about.
Yes, through the chair, yes, we appreciated learning more about this option over the past few days here. And I do think it's a viable option for the commission. It maintains the integrity of the commission's responsibility and authority to address ag mitigation as part of annexations to cities. The option of phasing in the recording of the annexation documents, that's called certificates of completion, does respond very clearly to one of the loudest concerns that we've heard from our Salinas Valley cities and developers, and that is for very large annexations, that if those annexations are completed in one action, that the resulting ag mitigation price tag is also very high. And so, so I think that the option of phasing in, approving the annexation in its entirety, but phasing in the recording of the annexations tied to perhaps future final maps could work very well. And it would allow then a down payment to be provided before the first item or before the first recordation action occurs, so that there's a start towards mitigation, and then the remainder of it could be implemented over time. I think that it would also be accompanied by, I'm imagining, that it would be accompanied by a deed restriction to note on the title of the property that this project, that the annexation is going to be phased in terms of its own implementation, and that the ag mitigation would also be phased in. It also allows Lafco to continue to adhere to its own standards for ag mitigation. The policy implementation guidelines that you're looking at today really would apply then whether the ag mitigation is carried out in its entirety before the annexation is recorded, or whether that's phased in. But it is a very useful tool. I think, again, it would only be applicable to those very large annexations that we get occasionally, such as the Miramonte project in the past, but more importantly, I think for Vista Lucia project in the future for the city of Gonzales, where such annexations far exceed the 5 to 7 year timeline of one of your commission's adopted policies. So I think that the smaller annexations would continue to meet their full mitigation, full ag mitigation prior to recordation of one certificate of completion, but that the larger ones could have this phased in approach.
Okay, I want to open this up for public comment before we get back into our commissioner workshop. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment now. Go ahead, anybody from the audience or on Zoom, 3 minutes. Go ahead and come on up to the podium, please.
Thank you. Paul Wood, City Manager, City of Greenfield. I want to thank Chair and Commissioners for allowing me this time. General Counsel, I think, hit the nail on the head squarely. The issues of these larger annexations kind of muddies all the waters, and it makes a lot of things unworkable. He has come back with options. Those options address issues of both Lafco and the cities. I'm not sure what the right answer is, but if I were to go through these 6 items that you guys are considering, the City of Greenfield agrees with 2 of them, agrees with staff, as well as the letter that the City of Gonzales sent. The ratio, 1-to-1, and the land subject, the prime, unique, and important lands, we agree on that. but it starts to fall apart, gets sticky after that. If we say that 1-to-1 is the appropriate ratio, what do we do with exemptions? Because if we say that we do exemptions, well, then the net result is probably going to be something less than 1-to-1. Is that okay? I don't know. That's up for you guys to decide. But we need to keep that at the top of our mind. And the analysis, and why I say the council hit it on the head, is that's the kind of analysis we need to do with the exemption issue. Where do we get these mitigating properties from? Because I also believe that we should, I generally agree with staff again on the fact that the mitigating properties should be located around the areas, and that seems makes a lot of sense. Problem is, south of Gonzales, the forebay and the upper valley aquifers are kind of generally deemed to be sustainable, yet north of Gonzales, there's lots of places that are not sustainable. And so when you talk about the water impacts and trying to, if someone who is on the east side is trying to develop over there and they've got property that, golly, maybe even recently has to be fallowed because of mitigations related to groundwater, do they have to find a piece of property that has sustainable water? And if it does, where's it going to be? Same thing holds for the 180-400 and such. So I think the same type of analysis needs to be done with all of these issues. So at the end of the day, we agree with the 2C and 4, but I think we really need to get some additional discussion going related to these other 4 items, and maybe that's a subcommittee. I don't know if we're in a big time crunch, but I think it needs a lot more time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Mark Del Piero. I'm here on behalf of the Ag Land Trust. First of all, I'm sure that everybody will be pleased to know that at 6:15 last Friday, the California Department of Conservation and the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Program, the governor's office, announced recommendations for approval of $10.5 million to the Ag Land Trust for the acquisition of 800 acres of prime farmland conservation easements. That decision will be rendered finally on the 14th of December in about a week and a half. And so there'll be 800 acres of prime farmland in the Salinas Valley that, contrary to some other folks' statements, will be permanently preserved, and those applications were filed in June. So it didn't take a very long time for us to secure that over $10 million. Additionally, the state gave us $250,000 in grants, separate grant, to increase our staffing because we're so busy in the Salinas Valley helping folks to secure conservation easements on their property. General Counsel for Lafco has offered an valuable recommendation in terms of his #1 recommendation. I've not had the occasion to talk to Lafco staff since we all last got together, but on behalf of the Ag Land Trust, if Lafco chooses to go with the first option offered by General Counsel, we are prepared to allow good enough to not get in the way of any other considerations. We do appreciate, however, the fact that the problem with Unicool was clearly articulated, because nothing could have been more devastating to the commitments of the board of directors of our organization than when the city of Salinas backed out on its commitment, particularly after that commitment had led to a whole variety of organizations being in either support or non-opposition to that annexation, only to have the city back away from its mitigation commitments less than 6 years later. We don't want to find ourselves in that situation again. In spite of the fact we have over $2 million in our litigation account since then, we're not interested in participating in litigation over enforcements. We believe Lafco and the Cortese-Knox Act specifies that you all are supposed to retain jurisdiction over the mitigation obligations of annexations, and that's why we believe and would support your general counsel's recommendation for the modification. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fano, welcome.
Hi, everybody. Excuse my voice. My name is Tom Fano, and I am one of the co-owners of the 772 parcel that's under discussion here outside of Gonzales. And my great-grandfather, Nels Fano, bought land around Gonzales and around Salinas at the turn of the century. And he and his three sons, Chris Fano, Henry Fano, and Anchor Fano, my grandfather, farmed for many, many years that land that was eventually turned over to my dad. And then ultimately, when he passed away, suddenly we were fortunate enough to run into the Costa family, who have continued to be great stewards of managing our farm. So years ago, as our family got bigger, we realized that it was going to be difficult. There were so many owners for us to continue to operate a family-run farm. So we entertained some developers, a couple of them, and finally we hit on one, Pembroke, who we felt had the same ethical values that we did, that they were honest, they wouldn't take shortcuts, and if they gave you their word, they were good for it. And they have been very true to all of that, especially about the not taking any shortcuts. It's been 20 years that we've been at this. So it's taking from a different perspective why we feel that the Vista Lucia is critically important to Monterey County and specifically to Gonzales. What we have in Monterey County, we have beautiful weather. We have some of the most fertile land in America, if not the world. And we've got proximity to the ocean. And we have a group of the best farmers in the world that manage our farms and have created the iconic situation that we have in the Salinas Valley, where we provide during April through November 80 to 85% of the vegetables that are consumed in North America, the United States and Canada. So we understand what an important role we play in that. We are, however, we want to find a reasonable approach to solving all the things that we're talking about here today. We think that we need to keep the development viable. We need it viable because we're going to provide 1,100 affordable housing units in Gonzales. We're going to provide another 2,200 homes in Gonzales. We're going to provide 3 schools. And with that, I'm seeing I'm being yanked. But anyway, we appreciate the reasonableness of your approach, which if I understood the Greek that I was listening to, that we're going to find a way to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Megan.
Thank you. Good early evening to everyone, Commission and Chair Gorley. First of all, I wanted to express our gratitude for the local agency formation Commission of Monterey County, really considering the ag policy and trying to be as flexible with the Salinas Valley cities. We are also invested in ensuring that these policies also balance the need for housing and jobs and support services necessary to support our agricultural economy. We did submit a letter kind of going over the experience that the city of Soledad has experienced in trying to resolve ag mitigation. And I can tell you that I don't think the existing policies as they are very flexible or clear. So I welcome really getting into the details of some of the policies that you're looking at, including timing. I think that's a real step forward. I don't want to go into a lot of details about Miramonte because I feel like we're at a crossroads, and it feels to me that Lafco is looking at moving forward and providing a lot more flexibility. The one thing that has come up through our process is this whole question of a sustainable water source. And it's something that I think needs to be looked at, because now we're getting tripped up on that particular issue and what a permanent water source means for a natural resource that, you know, by definition has a finite end. So I do think that that's something that needs to be adhered to. In the meantime, I think LAFCO really needs to make sure that these policies do create a balance. We all, the Salinas Valley cities, have RENA goals that we have to meet. And I can tell you, in the city of Soledad, if we do not move forward with Miramonte, we will not be able to meet our RENA goals. Miramonte will, in this cycle, will result in 134 very low and low housing units and 179 moderate housing units. This is because the city has an inclusionary housing ordinance. And Miramonte, like other annexations in the Salinas Valley, will add units to a critically low supply of housing in the county and help address overcrowding. The city of Soledad, at 7,704 units per square mile, is the densest city in the county, and we need the land to provide these units. And I just want to mention that South County and City of Soledad represent the best source for middle-class housing in all of the county. Right now, we have duplexes and fourplexes that range between $299,000 to $459,000. Just to let you know that the average price for housing in Monterey, in the city of Monterey, is almost $1.2 million. So please let us work together to address the important needs of housing in the county. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lisa Brinton, Community Development Director for the City of Salinas. I too want to thank the Commission for continuing this conversation. And I really want to emphasize that what we're seeking as Salinas Valley cities is clarity and some decision making that's going to give us some guidance, that's objective criteria that we will then be able to follow and hopefully create a win-win situation when we come before you with annexation applications. And really optimistic to hear some of the options that were put forward this afternoon regarding timing of implementation. I'm very open to that, but again, encourage you to make sure they're objective parameters. Okay, what is the definition of large versus definition of small? So that it's very clear when this flexibility would apply. In terms of discussion area 2A, again, we think there should be flexibility. We encourage an easement be the first option that be pursued, but after good faith effort, which should be defined, what that entails for the commission, what they would want to see, the flexibility of paying an in lieu fee. Having the flexibility to identify an area within our county also seems very reasonable. We're charged with providing mitigation within our area, so it seems reasonable that that flexibility should be provided throughout the county so that there is that countywide benefit. And we are supportive of the 1-to-1 ratio, and do think that there needs to be a confirmation as to the criteria of like for like, and sticking with the state designations as to those definitions and not adding additional layers like a sustainable water source. We also really feel that exemptions should be considered as part of this conversation because it is a struggle of balance. And so it's not just preservation of ag land, but we have to strike that balance because it is all working together because our agricultural industry needs the workers need the housing, they need the supportive services that create the ag ecosystem. So it's just not a one-size-fit-all, but how can we achieve that balance throughout our region? So again, I really am optimistic and hope that you will start the decision-making process in coming to establish that objective criteria for us to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. Tavin Kinnison Brown, Community Development Director, City of Gonzales. The approach you discussed and laid out, Mr. Gallagher, sounds positive, phase certificates. But I believe there might really be the need for a subcommittee here to discuss some of these things because the city of Gonzales, when we come forward, it's going to be in the context of our ordinance that we have built in ag mitigation. It's going to be consistent with general plan and specific plans. It's going to be consistent with a bunch of documents where we record our approach and it's completely transparent on how we want to implement agricultural mitigation. So because the city has an ordinance with options on mitigation, here's where I wonder about this phased approach is, would a phase certificate still require approval by the executive officer, or would the city, be accountable and allowed to administer ag mitigation, but yet still not quite incorporated? So I don't quite get that, and I think there's a lot of things that are going to talk about timing and flexibility. But when we come, we're going to have a whole package. And then if we entertain a new flexible tool that may be here with phased certificates, is it, it's going to be agricultural mitigation by whose criteria, what satisfies it? And we're going to lay it out how it's going to be in our documents, but I think that bears a select subcommittee of which timing and flexibility and all those things can come back to the committee. Also to mirror, I did all that in 15 seconds. That was great. And to mirror previous cities here is as we approach and get our 6-cycle housing elements moving here, our 6-cycle housing element and its success is entirely dependent on what we can do and have targeted in our sphere areas. Because as I've said before, our city is built out. It's not that we have an extra 20 acres that looks difficult up against a hill that we could build on. It's not like I've got a missing parcel that's just too expensive. Well, I've got 138 acres we're trying to work on pretty hard. But we just don't have the land. And with the 15-year, 20-year effort here at our specific plans, which are comprehensive development proposals for the mix of uses and community health, I think we also were given higher RENA numbers because it looked like we were going to be successful there to actuate on our sphere of influence, which grew 10 years ago. We're heading east. We're not going to grow north, west, or south. So we're trying to actuate that. And if I don't have a housing element that's actionable and something that we can demonstrate, I believe the state even has resources to say you don't have a valid housing element because there's no way to implement it. And without having a valid housing element, that ties to different grants and monies and other things at the state. And so all this is linked, but the city has proceeded in good faith with the MOU that we negotiated in the direction of travel. We went out and adopted an ordinance for resource mitigation, and we hope to be able to use that on our terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Tavern. We have a hand up on Zoom, I believe, correct?
Yes, Chair. Would Janet Brennan please unmute yourself and begin your comment?
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. I speak in support of Landwatch's letter and the LAFCO staff position. the issue of mitigating loss of ag land is more related to urban sprawl and planning for single-family residential units and failure to meet the needs of local residents. There are currently over 20,000 residential units that have been approved and are unconstructed in Monterey County. So the issue is not really one of finding ag land to mitigate. It's really an issue of good planning and planning for our local needs with more compact, higher density development. And that in turn reduces the need for mitigation of the loss of agricultural land. So thank you for your time and attention to these issues.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
Yes, Catherine Avila, would you please unmute yourself and begin your comment?
Hang on, Glenn.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to speak specifically to the topic of exemptions. I know that staff is proposing that exemptions be considered on a case-by-case basis, and I'd urge the commission to consider establishing some specific exceptions, particularly of concern may be affordable housing, it may be agricultural processing or related support facilities, or farm worker housing. So I'd like to ask for your consideration of those specific exemptions when we're developing anything, especially housing. Certainty up front of what path we face is very, very important to our success or potentially to our decision to not move forward altogether. Considering things case by case lends a lot of uncertainty, a lot of time, and a lot of cost. And I think there's a handful of exemptions that a lot of folks could get behind now, and we should just declare them as such if those are things we can agree on. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Catherine.
Chair, there are no more hands on Zoom.
We'll take the Honorable Glenn.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Welcome.
I don't think you wanted me to speak. That's okay. Yeah, I'm Glenn Pace. I'm a manager of Pembroke Development. I just want to clarify a few facts based on comments that were raised last week pertaining to the provision of affordable housing at Vista Lucia. I think that's important. Since they use the exact same base product, which is land, as much as we may want to, we cannot separate the ag mitigation policy from the need for housing, including affordable housing. Therefore, the current ag mitigation policy would clearly restrict the development of housing in Gonzales. In looking at the total of Vista Lucia, which has 3,498 planned residential units. Thank you.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did the rest of you hear me? You sure you don't want me to repeat it? Oh, my time is running. Of that 3,498, over 1,000 of those units are affordable units across the four categories of affordability. That's over 30% of the units are going to be affordable in Vista Lucia. Vista Lucia also represents, the affordable units represent 83% of the total RENA allocations for the city of Gonzales. So what Tavin says is correct. They need land. We're planning to donate 20 acres for the construction of 422 rental units for very low and very low residents. Also, based on our design concept, we do not anticipate that any of our lots in Vista Lucia will accommodate large custom homes as mentioned in the meeting last week. Now, that's the total project. Now look at the first 10 of the map we have submitted to the city of Gonzales, 1,247 residential units. Of that land, 12 acres that we, in conjunction with the Fano family, are donating to the Gonzales Unified School District for a new elementary school. 10 acres in that first map will be given free of clear to a qualified nonprofit builder or to the city of Gonzales for 211 rental units for low and very low category. Of the total 1,247 units in the first map, 455 will be attached for rent units, and 296 which will be medium-density detached units available for rent or for sale or purchase by the various categories. That means in the first map, which we've already submitted to the city, over 751 units, that's 60% of the total, will be available to meet the needs of the 4 categories of affordability. Am I done?
That's it, Glenn. Thank you.
I need to learn to talk faster. That's the problem.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Mike, welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. Mike Novo with the Ag Land Trust. I didn't mean to talk tonight, but I heard discussion about exemptions, and I'm really supportive of the idea from some of the cities for a subcommittee, because I'd like to be able to explain why exemptions are actually problematic under the California Environmental Quality Act for both the developer and the cities. So I hope the Commission will take those recommendations for a subcommittee and move forward with that so we can have some more discussions. As Mark said, we're very supportive of the phased approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commission. Jeff Scott with Jackson Family Investments. We own and control and farm 4,000 acres in Monterey County, Salinas Valley, and have had a presence in this valley for decades. We're a major employer of a wide range of employees in the valley, especially farm workers and winery production workers. All of our vineyards and the large production facility are in the county jurisdiction. We've been working in collaboration with the city, the county, and Lafco for almost 2 decades to help shape policy network in the city of Gonzales to create 2 main growth areas in the city, a city that's been long without new housing stock for its growing citizenry and job base. We applaud the city for working persistently to establish a thoughtful policy network that will allow for the creation of housing close to its job base. The city has been and continues to be a reasonable leader in this regard, and the board should trust it will implement its well-conceived policies to protect ag and implement planned growth, not rampant growth, but well-planned growth. We're not developers from afar. We're landowners, a large employer, and our employees rely on fair, balanced, full services and living near their agricultural jobs. We spent years planning this property so that we'll have certainty that our employees will have affordable housing nearby to secure our future as a legacy agriculture employer in the county. When the board states that its mission is to protect ag, they're aligned with the city of Gonzales' goal to do the same, as evidenced by the county, city, MOU, and ag protection ordinance. Part of protecting ag is the responsibility to protect those that work in agriculture, because without housing and services, there is no agriculture production, which we all know is the most essential part of the ag economy. We can and should protect our ag lands, but are being contradictory if we do not provide essential housing and services for the workers that enable ag to exist. People make a town, people make ag productive, and people require housing and services to live. And if we don't support this symbiotic relationship, then ag is unsustainable, and the whole Salinas Valley will suffer traffic, air quality issues, and many other impacts associated with workers traveling to and from other places to work in this important ag-rich valley. We ask the board to grant flexibility in this process rather than hard rules, as annexations are an early step in the path to the city's growth. It's unreasonable to burden the city and developers with large fees upon annexation when it will take years after annexation, not days or months, for the first homes or commercial buildings to be built. We and other developers will not be able to carry the costs of the sizable upfront fees at annexation. They should be paid at either grading permit or building permit, and no sooner until the property is graded, there will be no change from ag use to urban use. So I think going back to earlier in the conversation today, the conversations are refreshing with regards to having some flexibility. So we like where that conversation is going. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yep.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Moncrief. I think, as you know, I represent the developer of the Miramone project. I'm also among most of us whose job depends on agriculture, and so I'm very supportive of preserving ag land. What I'm observing here today is what I see as progress in terms of this phased approach. I will say it's something that we proposed, I want to say 18 months ago, and was told that was impossible. And so I'm a little bit frustrated by that. What I'd ask for is some real direction on where we can go. Now we're being told we need to find property with water in perpetuity. I'm not sure what the definition of that is. And if you can find it, fantastic, but I'm not sure that piece of ground exists anywhere in the world. So please, make some decisions. We've got to get this thing done, and let's preserve some ag land. That's what we want to get done, and we're, for some reason, having a hard time making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Chair, no hands are raised.
Anyone else for public comment? Let's go ahead and bring it back to our dais. Where are we at with, I think our discussion last time is we had a consensus that we were going to hang the policy part of it on the shelf for a second and get through our discussion areas. So our first discussion area, 2A, how mitigation should be provided. Do we have some direction to staff? Do we like any of the three options that are here? Can we have some conversation about in lieu fees versus bringing the farmland in to permanent conservation easements? Let's start off there. Where are we at with that? Do we have any discussion from our commissioners? Oh. We're going to back up and go to discussion area 1, and that has to do with the timing. And I think we have a great alternative on the timing bit with Reed. Go ahead, Mayor.
So I would suggest, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds because I know that we need to actually make some decisions today, but I do think there's a lot of minutia involved in some of the policy. And so I'm wondering if we can find consensus on some of these items, but then when we get down into the weeds of defining a large or a small project, you know, defining a good faith effort, defining, you know, what the potential exceptions may be, actually go to a subcommittee so that the subcommittee can do some of the minutia work on it and bring it back for recommendation to the board. I'm not saying the discussion items I do think we should absolutely move through, but I do think we could get tripped up on you know, defining, is it 5 to 7 years? Is it 7 to 9 years? Is it more than, just based on you know, difference of opinion. And I think maybe perhaps a recommendation of a subcommittee for some of the smaller items might work in terms of bringing it forward for decision.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Liffle.
So first of all, Reed, thank you. That was good homework. And I know last week when it was thrown out, it was like, I don't know. But thank you for researching it and going forward with it. I have a question on the difference between the one that I think you brought from Orange County and then the one that would be, so both of them, if I understand, have a full annexation approval. But then one is phased in and recorded in stages. And to what Mayor Craig said, we would determine if it's 20% or if it's what size allows. If it's 100 or less, it's all in, or if it's 101 and more, it's phased. I don't know how we're going to do it, but is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, let me turn on my microphone and demonstrate some good hygiene there. I think a little bit unclear, so I need some clarification from you when you say there's two projects. I've only heard the one, which is the idea that when an application comes forward, the commission would either approve or deny it with conditions. And the conditions would allow for part to be ostensibly immediately brought in because there's some chunk of ag mitigation which is feasible and easy to accomplish, doesn't require the difficult financing. And so that would allow an initial recordation of a part of it. And so the best way to describe it is usually we'd see development come in phase. So they would come with each phase step to Lafco before it was recorded. In this case, they're bringing the total package and identifying that as these phases move, you won't be able to proceed to the next one. And the way that we maintain a role in that process and protect Lafco's role to ensure ag mitigation is to give a certificate of completion with a condition that it cannot be recorded until something happens. So the way I envision this is round numbers. 100 acres comes in. I heard 1-to-1 thrown out there. I'm not choosing it, but that's the number. So 50 acres are available for ag mitigation today. So they purchase 50 acres, prove that. Immediately there's a certificate of completion filed for 50 acres that says that 50 acres is now annexed in. The remainder 50 acres, if you will, that's the certificate of recordation, or sorry, certificate of completion. That wouldn't be recorded until they return to staff, and this is why we said you can set a timeline that's very long. The one out in Orange County is 15 years. And they came back and were able to satisfy that condition, which led to the recordation of that certificate that allowed it to be annexed in. So it's really, the developer could choose 10%, right, 50%, 75%, and figure out whatever the numbers are that work for whatever particular project based on a lot of variables. That's how you would phase it. So am I tracking your question?
Yeah, or we set on a project, on a total annexation, that it has to come in 25% increments so that it's not coming in at 10 or 20 or 30. I mean, that's when I look at it from a standpoint of trying to manage it into the future of just how you make it work. It seems like if you give somebody set percentages,
Correct. Yes.
then that's fair. They know what their land is and what they've got to come in, and don't come in and try to nickel and dime it over 10, 20 acres.
And I wanted to be clear that I didn't want there to be a second discretionary decision that had to be made, right? It should be ministerial because it's clearly identified. Everybody knows what the expectation is, and so that it doesn't result in a disagreement, right? It says you will obtain X or Y, and there's no black and, or there's no gray. It's black and white. It's ministerial at that point, because either they are successful at accomplishing it, in which case the recordation would happen, or they aren't, and it won't be recorded.
Okay, so then you brought up one other option, which was a full annexation, and that a portion of it would be, if it was developed immediately, but there would be grant extensions. We would grant extensions for up to how many years? So I just want to go back through those two choices, because I did hear two choices, and I just want to make sure that I understand all of them.
Yeah, I think we're talking about one choice really here. This is the phasing the recordation of the certificate. And so that's kind of the option. The other option is to simply say, we'll accept the CEQA document and we'll hope that you honor it. And we could take steps to try to put contractual arrangements in place to ensure there's some level of enforceability, but that's why I brought the Unicool project up as an example, because everyone eventually got resolved, but it didn't go down the way that everyone expected it to. And so you take that risk if you take that process, and you just have to mitigate for it.
Okay.
I more identified, I would say, two options. The first one, sticking with the certificate process, phasing that. And the second one is to simply, I think it's to simply defer to that CEQA process and to say, but if they change their minds down the road, either there's a lawsuit that will be brought by Lafco or some other interested party, which is, not a desirable outcome, I think, in any.
I think what we've heard from everyone in the cities and with the developers and the landowners is what they're looking for is clarity, fair guidance, and that we stick with that and we don't keep changing the rules as we go. So believe me, I get it. And they're going to have to go out and find lots of money They've still got to deal with Caltrans and everybody else along the line. So they've got some big hurdles. So I think if we're going to do it, we need to make our process as clean as possible and as fair as possible. And I have no distrust of the cities that they will not follow through on what they need to do as they put forth their proposals on what they're going to do with the land. That's not our business in particular. So I just wanted to make sure I understood, because I thought I heard, 1, don't change anything, B, do like Orange County, C, like do something else. And I wanted to hear what that something else was. I thought I heard 3. I heard 2.
To re-summarize, the option 1 is change nothing, but we know that's not on the table. We weren't here for that. Option number 2 was try the phased recordation approach. And then option 3 is to, I think, replicate prior actions of the commission. In that case, if you were to go that route, which is relying on the CEQA document or some side agreement, to take some type of mitigation measures, not using that term, not in the CEQA context, but to mitigate the litigation risk or the risk that it wouldn't come to pass by building in some protections.
Okay. For me, this is important, and I think we all need to understand exactly what we're going to vote on. So I am of the opinion that we need to go with one-on-one on mitigation, and also of the opinion that we make a very good policy on the similarity to what Orange County has done and work it through that.
Commissioners? Mayor Oglesby?
I want us to start where we're starting at and stay consistent and make a decision and then move to the next question.
100%. And that's why Kate corrected me to run back to discussion area 1, timing of implementation. And that's where Commissioner Leffel started off. So do we have any more communication on that, on the timing? Because I'm really in favor of what Reed presented to us.
I just have a question. Looking at it from a developer's perspective, they've objected to the timing and the money it costs to have to put all this money up front. And what Reed suggested sounds very good to me. It keeps us, it gives us or retains our ability to control what's going on. But is there anything implicit in that would be a disincentive from a developer? Are we putting something in there? We're trying to help, obviously, but is there anything from a developer's point of view that would seem too complicated? And do they have assurance that they can complete their whole project even though they're getting annexations in increments? Am I clear in that? I hope so.
Wait, one more time, please.
I'm sorry?
Could you repeat that question?
Okay.
Reed.
What is the developer, the person putting up the money, do they have some assurance that they can continue with the entire project?
That's the intention, right? We want them to be able to come forward. They've described some legitimate and valid concerns about how you plan things of this size and the infrastructure required and the need for them to be certain scale, but not have the ability to satisfy this front-loaded mitigation. So that's my point in taking away the discretionary decision down the line. If we carve up clear guidelines, people know what to expect, and those are set down in writing. It won't be, in my example of 100 acres, 50 acres off the bat comes in because 50 acres are mitigated. But then in the next phase, they're not able to obtain 50 acres. So what do? Maybe they rely on the other options that are available to them for mitigation for that second 50 acres. Maybe they just pay the in lieu fee. Maybe there's other options that we're going to discuss. But that's what we would build in. We would write that down so that when they're looking at the second 50 acres, it's not gray, it's not argumentative, it's not unclear. They have a set of options. They can satisfy any one of those to move to the next step.
That answers my question.
And I know this is the first that the development community has heard from us on this.
Yeah.
And so there's going to be time for feedback, and we get this this policy back and we know where our guidelines sit. So everybody knows exactly the path that Lafco wants when they come in for an application. We're gonna hear from everybody. And so it might need tweaked, and it definitely will require a technical committee at some point, but I wanna at least get the broad scope of what Lafco commissioners are thinking on this. Commissioners?
I just go real quick. I don't know what else to say about it. Reed just said again, flexibility is all the way through each phase. There's nothing for the developer to say he's against, because at each issue is flexible to what they can do and what they can't do. What exemptions. So I appreciate the question, because I didn't hear that at first. And to me, I mean, what else can you do but say at each instance of the phase, tell us how best you can do. If there's no land, is there a lieu fee or whatever? We remain flexible. I'm not sure what else we can do on top of that.
Mayor Velasquez?
Thank you, Commissioner Oglesby. I think for me, just to reiterate, and thank you, Reed, for that option, but I just have clarifications. Maybe you said it, but I just need to make sure that I understand it as well. So in each phase, if this is a phased approach, they'll have to satisfy the ag mitigation. And under that ag mitigation, obviously, there's different ways to satisfy that. So say they're coming in with the first phase, and they'll have to satisfy that, and then we'll provide the certificate of completion, but it can't be recorded, right? And then the next phase will come in, and then they'll have to satisfy the ag mitigation again for that. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. And that's one question. Then the other, if we're talking about, because I know there was discussion on exemptions as well, would each of those ag mitigation phases include also potential for exemptions to be granted?
So it's hard to say exactly how it'll all play out, but my inclination would be to think of it in a manner where you have a phase, so I said 50%, right? And then the second phase is you either can choose amongst a panoply of options, and this is the guidelines that we're setting out today. When you talk about exceptions, if someone's going to do a CEQA study on a housing project, it's going to identify the scope of that. It's going to be affordable. Now, it's real easy if someone comes in and says, I want to annex in 5 acres to build a 100% affordable housing project. I think that you could apply an exemption to the totality of the land, right? But if somebody came in and said, well, I'm building a project and X percentage of it is going to be affordable, you'd have to build that percentage in to the exception. So if it's 100 acres of land, 30% of the project is affordable, they get credit right there. They only have to account for 70 acres because 30 of it will be exempted pursuant to that policy, if that's where the commission lands, and then that's where the numbers land. So that's kind of one of the approaches that you could explore as you're working through the guidance. But the issue is when you talk about affordable housing, wanting to time it in a way that it doesn't get built last, and AKA not built. So if someone were to come in and say, I want to do, I think that would be the commission discussion when you're looking at the proposal. Well, we appreciate you want to, take credit for 30 acres off the bat, but you don't get credit for 30 acres off the bat until you've satisfied the construction of the affordable housing, maybe? I don't know. We figure a way to blend into that process, listening to developers, listening to staff, what gets to yes without giving away the enforceability and removing flexibility.
Thank you.
Commissioner Church?
Yeah, I also want to support council's suggestion here for a phased approach on this. I think it's a good step in the right direction. Got several other issues that we have thrown out here for discussion, and one of them is exemptions, as Mayor was just suggesting, and if it's 100% affordable housing project, I can see some exemption. I can't support something that's where a project where there's 20 or 30% set aside, and that's an exception. I'm just, no way I'm going that way. But if it's 100% affordable, I think, if we have some strict, clear definitions of what affordable is, I could go within on that. But yet, if we're going to make exemptions, then I think we have to look at something that's a little more flexible on the one-to-one, because we're not going to do one-to-one if we're allowing exemptions. It's going to be less than that.
And if we're going to have a little more variance on that, I know what we're hearing is that we need to have really clear guidelines. And that needs to be really clear on what exactly we're looking at here. And I'm not completely sold on the one-to-one if we're going to have exemptions. I just want to make that real clear on that position. In terms of lieu fees, I have real concerns with this, because if somebody's proposing lieu fees at some point in this process, they're basically either not trying real hard to look for affordable housing, or they're having some difficulty, and then those fees are just going to go to some place that's then going to look for some ag land, but that's probably going to be down the line, and we're going to end up with appreciation of property values with less ag land really being set aside than if it had been done at that time. So if we're going down that path of in lieu fees, those in lieu fees need to be dynamic and look at plugged in to that cost at that time when they're of the property values. And if 5 years down the line that land's going to be purchased, then there needs to be some play in there where those in lieu fees are not using 5-year-old numbers. But that's the only possible way I can even look at something in terms of in lieu fees. As a general rule, I just think we should just go for the land, and except for some really exceptional circumstances, perhaps on the in lieu fees.
Supervisor Rudasky, one thing I'm gonna just try to keep it to our timing of implementation, if we can get past that first little discussion area. So let's keep our comments to that. Go ahead, Supervisor.
This mic. So I'm really appreciate the option of the single project application for organization with the phased certificate of completion option. I think that's something that makes a lot of sense to me, and I can be supportive of it. I think there's a lot of devil in the details about how that gets implemented that I would have some strong opinions about. But in broad strokes, I can be supportive of this. And I do just also want to comment on I'm hearing our public talk to us very clearly and say that you want to know exactly what are the rules so that you can follow the rules. I'm also hearing in the same next sentence, and we want flexibility, and every project is different. So I'm just saying, I need to acknowledge that I'm hearing those very, very mixed messages. But I think that for this, we can say, we can include this as one of the options if a large developer also wanted to, or a large annexation wanted to come in and they wanted to, pay 100% and get their ag mitigation out of the way. I don't think I'd be opposed to that either. So in sense, by saying I support the second option, I'm also saying the first option could still be on the table for anyone that wanted to propose that as part of their application. So in the concept of adding some flexibility to what we're offering.
Commissioner Poitras. Oh, okay. Commissioner Leffel.
Well, we're going to keep going around, and we keep adding pieces to this that shouldn't be in this category. So I'd like to propose that we move forward on adopting a phased-in process under the timing of implementing agricultural mitigation requirements. And then we can work out the details.
Okay, this end of the dais. We good?
Second.
Can we move forward with the consensus of our group? We don't need a formal vote, right? Yeah. It's a workshop, so we'll move forward with our consensus. And bravo, Reed, for bringing that to us. We appreciate you reaching out to all the other counties and all the research you did, and thank you.
I'll withdraw my second. I don't know if it was a formal motion or if I was just making a second.
I was trying to make it a formal motion so we can get some decisions made, and that's a basic decision.
Okay, I asked if consensus was okay, but if you want to go down the motion path, we definitely can. We have a first and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Being none, motion carries.
And so, point of clarification on the action that we just took, there are a lot of subcategories that are surrounding that. Like we talked about small project versus big project. What's the percentage of phasing? So how are we choosing to address the minutia of each decision that we make?
I have my opinion. I have my opinion. You want it?
It's a question for the board. I mean, this is what I propose. Like, I think we should make some clear decisions, but there are going to be a lot of follow-up. There's a lot of follow-up clarification that's needed for each one of these decisions.
So should we have a city member, county member, public member, special districts member, sit in a technical committee and then work out the minutia of, three? Oh, excuse me, three? Yeah, you're right. Excuse me, sir.
Suggestion.
I'm just agreeing with you. You know, the subcommittee do all the work they want, but then it comes back to us, and if we don't agree on the definition of large and small, we're starting at the same spot. You know, you guys can shorten the conversation. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just, let's make the decisions that we can make. And some of the minutia we can do here right now at this point because we know where we're going to land on some of them. So every little, we can make some decisions tonight and not just push them all to the subcommittee.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to make a quick comment here. How about if we let staff come back with options to us at the next meeting, and like Mayor Oglesby says, we can come through some of these options and let staff bring it to the entire dais. Supervisor Askew?
I think that's a great suggestion. I think that letting staff have an opportunity to take our broad stroke umbrellas and say this is how that would work within how we function and how we've been operating, I think would be very valuable information for us to be able to move forward.
Commissioner Poitras, did you have something? Commissioner Level? I thought your hand was up there.
It was.
Okay.
I'm just trying to move us forward because we have people who would like to work on housing for our county, and every time we put something off and put it off, it costs them more money, costs us more money, and I think we could be moving things forward here instead of being part of the problem of why we do not have housing in this county and why we do not take care of our agricultural community as a whole. So for me, I would say if it's 100 or less, it's take it in one chunk. And if it's 101 higher, you take it in 25% at a time minimum. You can take it all, you can take it half, but just make some numbers that make sense. It's not hard, it's just make a number.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yeah, thank you. And I guess for me, my comments, and I just want to reiterate, I think there's been a perception that we as a commission, and I've been part of this commission, so I'll consider myself a commissioner as well, even though I don't have the voting right. But I think we have been being able to move forward. I think we're not stalling the process, and I don't want our community members and neither of our cities. I know obviously there's been some issues because this commission decided to approve an annexation to an extent that was never approved in the past. So obviously now we're dealing with some of those consequences to that. But I also want to make sure that it's not noted that we as a commission are stalling the process and that we are hindering our cities from moving forward. Obviously, there is, applications that are moving forward and some that here are like the city of Soledad. But I think it's important for us to be able to look at approval. And I know, as the votes continue, I mean, you can look at the different options and even under the timing, if we're saying, we like the phased approach, but we want it to come back and we want to be able to have staff come back with specific criteria that really provides that definition and that framework that the cities are looking for. I think that's really important. So for me, I want that information to be able to know, is it consistent with what we've been hearing and is it consistent with our authority under Lafco to be able to move forward with approving that instead of saying we're approving it tonight and, we want to rush the process. I think it's important for us to get the process right, bless you, one time, and then move forward and give that clarity to the cities that have been asking for it. Thank you.
I just wanted to step in and just note, because as staff, we had a motion, and what I heard, and I want to just put this out there for commissioners to tell me if I misheard. What I heard is there's consensus on this commission to explore the idea of a phased recordation process. And as part of that, we'll have to return with some parameters about the size it would apply to, and that can be discussed either in a subcommittee or here, but we need to basically agree that we have consensus on proceeding with this investigation and proceeding with the parameters and start to iron those out. And if that's the case, I think we understand what to do on timing, and I'm looking around hoping someone will jump in and give me extra communications if there are any.
I think for me, I think we voted and it passed, so the phasing is in. See, right? So that's what I'm saying. We're talking, but we just took action. And I support everything everybody said, but for the 3 minutes that we were talking, or the last 5 minutes after that vote, we could have determined large or small. Either you have an idea what you think is large or small now, or you don't, right? And then the rest of it is just flexibility. And I agree, staff can, put the policy, the minutia in the policy, but I don't know if they go back and they say small is 150, 200 acres. I don't know. But is that what we're asking them to do?
Yeah, I think we have a substitute, or we already passed the motion, so you'd have to start over.
So the possibility that I would make motion that we would do a phased-in implementing agricultural mitigation requirements, and if it is a project that is 100 acres or less, it would be taken down in one time. If it's 101 up to whatever the size, it would be in 25% increments minimum.
Second.
So we have a new motion on the floor, a little bit more definitive, and staff will bring us back an analysis at the next meeting. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Okay. Wendy has a question on the motion.
I'm not prepared to make a hard and fast rule at this
That's
point without a
once-
staff recommendation. And I just heard a hard and fast rule being made. I heard you describe it differently, but the motion was to set a hard and fast rule right now. I'm not prepared to approve or say I'm on board. I'm looking at the total acreage sites. I mean, I'd be inclined to say, we've added an option. Everything that we're doing right now is making it easier. We're hearing our community and we're responding to them to make housing easier. No one here has been an impediment. We're working to make it easier to move projects forward. So every action that we're taking is with that in mind. And so we just, I guess I'm not comfortable to set a hard and fast number of acres. If there's a project that comes in that's 97 acres because that's the way the parcel's set up, and they wanted, as part of their application, propose to have a phased approval process, fine, let's add it to your application and let's consider it, would be my opinion. So I guess I can't support a hard and fast rule at this point in time without having staff analysis.
Sure, and I'm still on the point that staff is going to bring this back to us at the next meeting. We're going to look at this at the next meeting. But this is a workshop, and we're giving some clarity to what we want to see this brought back to the commission in the future. Mayor Oglesby?
I'm sorry about that. No, I agree with Commissioner Eskew just said that hard and fast rule. So if we're not going to establish large or small, then I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the flexibility of each time an application comes before us, this council, whoever's on this commission, can make a decision, appropriate decision. But I thought you guys wanted the definition of large or small, right? So I can agree with have a definition for large or small, and then I can agree that staff can come up with the appropriate number, but the number was not out there, so Commissioner Lafco gave us 100. It doesn't have to be 100. If staff can come back and say, well, 100 is not appropriate because the average should be 150 or 200, then they can weigh in on that. But right now, we haven't told them to even weigh in on it. So I'm not going to, that's where the motion came from, because no one said, hey, staff, go give us a good number, right? And so to the chair, I would just, what are these decision points? Let us know if you want them to send them back to the staff one by one, and then I would agree with that, one by one. But if no one else is saying anything, then someone's going to make a motion.
Okay. Mayor Craig.
Yeah, just a clarification. I think what Commissioner Leffel's trying to do is actually provide some of that. I know the word flexibility gets thrown around. I think what we're looking for are options. And so back to the motion that's currently on the table, and I would say I would call for a roll call vote on that, not to force the issue, but just to get it over with, whether or not it's a in favor of, but there's a current motion on the table. The other side to Commissioner Oglesby's point, though, I think is just identifying that part of the problem and why we have the Salinas Valley cities here is because the definition and because large versus small has been very subjective, 1-to-1, up to no less than, and to ensure that we're creating some language so that the cities have some very clear defined instructions on what they need to accomplish from LAFCO in order to come forward. So I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's what Commissioner Leffel's trying to accomplish. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor in a second.
Can we restate the motion, please?
Yep.
Just make sure we get this language right.
Or you could withdraw the motion.
No.
Okay.
So the motion is that we, in the timing, that we also set that if a project is 100 acres or less, that it comes in as an entire piece. And that entire piece is annexed at one time and taken down at one time with the appropriate mitigation that is in compliance with LAFCO's procedures. If it is 101 acres, up to whatever size the annexation request is, that it must be taken down in no less than 25% of the total acreage increments, so that it is not dragging out with staff every 6 months coming in for another 20 acres or 40 acres. So it's just to set some guidelines on those big developments. They're going to come in with big requests at once anyway, because they're going to have to keep their cash flow moving. So it just doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense to not have it in fairly good sized chunks. So 100 and less, 1. If it's 101 and higher, it could be up to 4 times that they could come in.
Supervisor Church, a question on the motion?
Yeah, I don't know if it's more of a question, but it's a statement out of this, because I guess what I'm, and this is the kind of the fine tuning that we really need to do. We can give I think some general recommendation onto here, but if you got 100 acres, 99 acres, it's all one time. But if somebody comes in with 110 acres, they can split it up into 4 times. And I'm just seeing kind of a loophole here where, if you're up close to 100, you're never going to want to go with 100. You're going to want more flexibility. You're going to go 110, 120. So, I think there's some fine tuning here, and I think this is what we're talking about. That needs to go to staff or a committee or however we want on this. I'm okay with this if it's a recommendation and not a hard and fast rule that we're setting right now, because I think there's just some fine tuning that has to be done.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. A roll call vote on this, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Rue, to ask you.
No, I can't offer hard and fast decisions at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Church?
Nope.
Commissioner Leffel? Yes. Commissioner Oglesby?
No.
Commissioner Poitras?
Yes.
Vice Chair Craig,
Yes.
and Chair Gorley.
Yes.
The ayes have it. Yes.
Okay, we're going to move on to discussion area 2, methods of implementing ag mitigation requirements. And this discussion has just a little bit to do about whether we're going to move forward with dedication of permanent conservation easements and to talk about the possibility of in lieu fees. Darren?
Sure, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
This is short and sweet version.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the item, this is about how far we got at the last meeting. The idea here is that the wording that staff is recommending would express a preference in general for conservation easements, but was still allowing for the possibility of payment of in lieu fees. And then the wording that we have here in your attachment 2 on page 2, this is item 2A, is just that if in lieu fee payment is being proposed, LAFCO has the discretion to require folks to make to document their efforts, their good faith effort at securing conservation easements before going to in lieu fee payment. And we do recognize the possibility of other potential alternative methods of achieving ag mitigation other than conservation easements or in lieu fee payment. The idea there is if there are some other alternative methods of doing ag mitigation, it would probably be a very small portion of the total, but we wanted to not close the door to that. So anyway, that's the basic wording that we have suggested there for this item.
Okay.
How mitigation should be provided.
I'll bring that back to the dais. Anybody have any thoughts? I don't know how we can get through the in lieu part of it, and I'd rather stick with the permanent conservation easements. But Mike, go ahead.
A question more than a comment. So the in lieu fees, how does that work? It gets paid and then it goes to who to for the mitigation?
Who would hold the money? It's a big discussion to be had, but go ahead, Kate.
Yes, Chair and Commissioners, to date, we only have one real example, or at least in the last 20 years. And in that case, the in lieu fee payment was made to a qualified land trust. So it would be our recommendation that any in lieu fees that are collected through this process would be payable to a qualified land trust. Such as, but not exclusively. Yes.
Commissioner Oglesby.
I'm supportive in lieu fees because I think at a certain point it's very difficult to find the ag land surrounding near, close, or somewhere else. But I do want to explore Commissioner's Church, Supervisor Church, when he was talking about in lieu fees and lieu fees plus, extraordinary lieu fees. What did you mean? That 2 times the normal rate, or could you explain that to us? What would you?
My concern is in lieu fees being paid, and there's a time gap in there between property can be identified, and property is going to go up in value. So if you have whatever number it is of acres that you can buy 1 year, and then 5 years later, you're going to get less, maybe 10%. And so my concern is that's my biggest concern with the in lieu fees, is that it just doesn't stay up with inflation, because property tends to go up in value a lot more than any other place you can put your money into to keep abreast. So that's where I'm trying to, that's the problem I have with the in lieu fees. I understand there are extraordinary circumstances where that's necessarily needed, but without that being addressed, of some finding these being a dynamic feature that maybe are going to have to be added into later on by the developer, I can't go with them just as the way they've been.
Ian?
I'll go quick, Chair. I think it's a way that we can keep it up with the cost of living, keep it up where it's the same value, right? I think we're sophisticated enough to do that, because I do think we need the option, and if the developer in the city saying they can make that, then they can make that work, and if they can't, then that's fine. But I would like for them to have that option. And whatever the formula it is for it to keep the same value 5 years, 10 years down the road, maybe you'd be open to that. Maybe we can do
Mayor Craig.
Thank you.
Complete.
So, no, it's cool. You can call me whatever you want. So I would say, just to move the conversation along, I would be open to option C. That is, make LAFCO guidelines more specific regarding mitigation types. It establishes a specific process and a set of criteria for determining whether an applicant has made a good faith effort. That's also probably something we should define as what a good faith effort is. Obviously, establish a specific process and a set of criteria for payment of in lieu fees. That certainly addresses Supervisor Church's concerns, and specifying types of alternative methods other than easements and/or in lieu fees. I think that's probably the broadest, but also gives very, broadest is the wrong word. I would say it gives the most robust response to how mitigation should be provided. I do know that obviously we would need to have some recommendations for each one of those, but I do think it addresses the city's concerns about getting those very clear specifics on record so that there isn't a broad interpretation of what good faith effort means and what, in lieu fees look like. So that would be my recommendation.
Any other discussion from our board? Commissioner Leffel first.
And I can support that. I think it's fair. It's very similar to what we have been operating under, and it seems like it satisfies it. I would not add the third bullet point in particular, and I would keep the groundwater piece out of there.
So the third bullet point in option C would be
Option
deleted?
C. Mm-hmm.
I could agree with that too.
Yeah, I'm still on option A. Do we have any other discussion? Oh, hang on. We had Commissioner Bickle first. Sorry.
Yeah, I would support something like that. I know I'm a non-voting member, but, just as far as giving the developers and the city some more options out there, and if there's a mechanism out there, such as some of the land trusts that are capable of going out there and securing that land. Everybody wants the development to occur, but there are certain roadblocks and hurdles that these developers are facing. So, it may be that that's a less preferable option for the commission, and maybe it's going to be a less preferable option for the developers at that point too, because to address Commissioner Church's concerns, maybe it would be that we have to add 10 or 15% onto what that would normally cost, because we think, well, it's going to take 2, 3, 4 years to secure that land, and we need to have a pad in there for that. But I think that's something that the commission could write into their policies pretty easily.
Commissioner Askew?
So is option C effectively option A with additional information, with additional framework provided?
Darren?
Yes, I can take a crack at that. That is correct. And when it's noted here on page 2 that this is quote unquote not recommended by staff. It's not that these are bad ideas or wrong or anything like that. It's just that there's always been this tension between keeping. Well, recognizing these are intended to be guidelines and trying to keep it flexible versus providing, those additional measures of detail and certainty. And so the attempt here with option A was to keep it more at a broad kind of 30,000 foot level and not to get so much into the details and to address those on a proposal by proposal basis. But but given the reflection that we've had like in the last week to spend more time thinking about these kinds of things, and especially the the amount of emphasis that there has been on in lieu fees in some of these discussions today and a week ago, it probably does. It's very reasonable, I think, to have some more detail here in terms of what we would be looking for as far as in lieu fees being supported by an appraisal. For example, and I'm just kind of throwing out some potential parameters that we could include here, but being supported by an appraisal, preferably by somebody who has, experience in doing these kinds of appraisals, like maybe for the Department of Conservation, for grants, or something along those lines, just to try to capture that we're looking for, an appraisal prepared by somebody who has some experience in these matters, that we'd be looking to have the in lieu fees, or maybe the appraisal, just for example, performed no more than 60 days before the in lieu fees are paid, so we don't have that lag time for there to be a loss of value, for there to be in lieu fees paid to a land trust, and the idea there would be that the fees would be intended to be used for purchasing conservation easements. These are all the kinds of things that we could include with more detail with option C.
Okay, so I would be supportive of option C so long as we're starting with the umbrella that conservation easements are generally preferred, and we're going to keep that flexibility in place, but we'll add some additional parameters to give guidance where and how it's best utilized while maintaining the flexibility so that an applicant can put together an application. I guess my hesitation about going down the path of option C is I don't want to lock us into a scenario where we can't factor in the unique circumstances of different applications or projects that may come forward to us. So long as option C is sort of like in addition to a general approach that we want conservation easements, and there's still the option for someone to bring forward a proposal that fits within our general guidelines. Maybe it doesn't fit exactly with what we say in what we develop out of option C, but option C gives more guidance. I'm okay with that.
So was that a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make the motion that we send this back to staff to bring us forward with what some language could look like to provide some additional guidelines for how mitigation should be provided.
Commissioner Church?
I'll second that if you can add it to the motion that the in lieu fees, will be explored so we don't have a loss of value that would come about.
Commissioners?
I guess on the question, so is that option C? I mean,
What I'm saying is I'm saying option C with the overriding consideration that conservation easements are generally preferred. And within that, we're going to provide some additional detail about what we're looking for.
Right, okay, I just want to make sure we're adopting something, not just sending it back to staff to come. So we're adopting option C, and then we're comfortable with the in lieu fee being dynamic. I mean, they'll come back and tell us what that means, but okay, all right, thank you.
We have a question on the motion from Commissioner Poitras.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. I thought I heard
With third paragraph taken out.
Third paragraph is not part of this.
Bullet point.
Just want to be clear of it.
Per Commissioner Leffel. Mayor Velasquez.
Yeah, no, thank you. So I just have a comment then. I mean, in lieu fees, obviously, I know those are at the table, and we have. I mean, those have been part of what approved in the past. So in 2019, I know Greenfield did provide in lieu fees for their program, but I want to go back just to make sure that if we're going to bring it back, or if it's approved, and then bringing it back for more detailed information, just in terms of the good faith effort and the definition. I want to make sure, I know Mayor Craig had mentioned that, but just making sure that we do have, what's included in the good faith effort. And there is a framework, because I know we've heard that as well. So that way we're all clear when it comes back, this is a good faith effort that has been done. And after you do a good faith effort, then you can move on to the next steps.
Okay, any other questions on the motion? We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Roll call vote. The mayor of Salinas requested a roll call vote.
Happy. Commissioner Brutascu? Commissioner Church?
Aye.
Commissioner Leffel,
Yes.
Commissioner Oglesby,
Aye.
Commissioner Poitras,
Yes.
Vice Chair Craig,
Yes.
and Chair Gorley.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, our next call to duty here is where mitigation lands, conservation easements, receiver sites, and I think go ahead, Darren.
Sure. The basic idea here is that with option A, what staff is suggesting is that the guidelines would just, as simply as possible, kind of convey the commission's intent that to the extent practicable, conservation easement receiver sites, if that's the form of mitigation we're talking about, as opposed to in lieu fees, should be located in close proximity to the community where the annexation is occurring and where the corresponding loss of farmland, conversion of farmland is occurring. So again, this is intended in the spirit of a guideline. So we're saying generally in the same community where the annexation is proposed to the extent practicable. That would be the sort of the performance standard here as a guideline.
Okay, and I think we had the discussion at the last workshop in county. Of course, we all know it's in county, it's our jurisdiction. So do we have any discussion amongst the commissioners? Mayor Craig?
So that would be option B, and I think that's kind of what we heard, some level of unanimity, both from the Salinas Valley cities and from the board, is finding neighboring land for those conservation easements. I do think the county's draft ordinance, obviously it's a county ordinance, so they're going to use located within the county of Monterey, but I do think it makes sense and frees up a little bit of the restrictions of those conservation easements being right next door to those communities. If we were able to keep it within county, that obviously helps tremendously. I also just had a question about within 5 miles of the city. So it says here, within the planning area of the city is as shown in land use maps of the city's general plan, as may be amended from time to time, or within 5 miles of the city's boundary. Obviously, the geography of the county of Monterey is significant, and so I'm just wondering if we need to expand out that statement of 5 miles. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it says option A, to the extent practical, the conservation easement should be close proximity to the community where the proposed annexation. So I'm still on moving forward option A, but do we have any other discussion? Commissioners? Commissioner Leffel.
What a surprise. I like B. I could live with A, but I think what we're seeing is the difficulty, and in my naivete, it seems to me that we have a very active land trust, which is doing what it's chartered to do, but it is really in competition now with the cities trying to find land that's adjacent to their borders, because it's basically who gets to it first. So, and I have no idea where the new land is that's being conserved, and kudos to you, Mark. But I think if we just limit it with around the borders adjacent to the cities, that we're damaging our opportunity to be successful. So I would like to not have that in here at all.
Any other discussion on this? Commissioner Church?
I just want to make sure that when we're talking about whatever we're talking about, if we do go outside an area or even within the 5 miles, we're really talking about like kind ag, same basic ag. I just want to make sure we get that really clear, so there are no loopholes involved into this. And even this isn't specifically addressed in here, but I understand that's the case, but I think we need to really be clear on that. Because if we do go outside, and you can't find something and you go 10 miles away, 15 miles away, let's not get some land that's not really comparable.
Okay. Mayor Velasquez.
Yeah, thank you. I think for me, if we can, I like the concept of option A, but if there's an opportunity to be able to put in the good faith effort, we're already using it for the timing portion of it, but a good faith effort that if the land is in close proximity to where the cities are located, that would be, the cities would make a good faith effort to identify that. But if not, then Monterey County.
Mr. Chair, I totally agree with that. And so I would like to move that we go with option A, take out the word generally, and put a ratio of 1-to-1 on equivalent lands, which I think speaks to Supervisor Church's consideration.
Hang on, I think we're still on 2B.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry, Mary. Commissioner Leffel.
Then I'm on A.
So do you still want to make a motion on 2B?
On 2B, I would. So I think that we need to, generally, I can go with that, in the same community with a good faith effort, that the annexation is proposed, but that it could be extended to land within Monterey County that is like land.
Like for like.
Like for like.
Okay. So that's taken a mold of a couple of options. Does staff have clarity?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Is staff clear on the motion? Darren's clear on the motion. Does the mayor Salinas need a roll call vote?
Cleaner.
We'll have a roll call vote, please. Just having fun.
Commissioner Root Askew. Aye. Commissioner Church.
Aye.
Commissioner Leffel.
Yes.
Commissioner Oglesby.
Aye.
Commissioner Poitras.
Yes.
Vice Chair Craig.
Yes.
And Chair Gorley.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item 2C, how much agricultural mitigation should be provided. And I think we have a really good consensus on this, but we're going to let Darren phrase it for us.
Okay, with 2C, staff's recommendation on option A is wording that you see here on your page, which is that mitigation should generally be provided at no less than a 1-to-1 ratio and should occur on equivalent land, meaning, and for purposes, in this context, by equivalent land, we mean equivalent for farmland designation purposes. So lands that are designated by the state of California as prime, that are being annexed and developed and converted, those should be mitigated with prime. Lands that are the next designation down, which is called farmland of statewide importance, at a minimum, those should be, the mitigation for that should be at least, statewide importance designation too. So we're basically saying 1-to-1 or more, and like for like or better with regard to mapping designations. So that's staff's recommendation. Option B is to go with some other form of a ratio, such as the one that's in the current county's draft ordinance, or option C is just to not provide any particular guidance on this. But that doesn't sound like where we're at with this discussion. But anyway, those are the options we've identified, and of course, with all these discussion areas, there may be other options too, but these are the ones staff is putting out there as the main ones for consideration.
Kate?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would just like to bring up the idea for a brief discussion about whether or not the commission wants to provide incentives to really encourage our cities to provide for those conservation easements closer to city areas that are likely to be developed. And if so, then it may make sense to consider a 1-to-1 ratio as a base, but that if a city chooses to bring forth an annexation for lands that are 5, 10, 15, 20 miles away, elsewhere in the county, that the ratio for mitigation should be higher. So I'd like to put that on the table for your consideration.
Mayor Craig, go ahead.
So I think we've heard pretty clearly from just about everyone that it should be a 1-to-1 ratio, and I do appreciate the significant feedback on that. I would be supportive of option A, which is recommended by staff. I do think using the statewide mapping designation is important. I would make the recommendation that we remove the language of at no less than a 1-to-1 ratio. I think that's what's gotten us in trouble in this, up to this point. We've had different projects come forward with different ratios, and it's been at the interpretation of our executive director, where that's what our policy dictates, is that our executive director goes forward and gives those recommendations. So I think as the Salinas Valley cities have clarified, they want very clear direction from us on this. And so I do think a 1-to-1 ratio is a very clear way to create that ag mitigation. So option A with the removal of at no less than. Thank you.
Comments, Supervisor Church, please.
Yeah, it's to get down these ratios right now is just, for me, is a little bit of the cart before the horse, because we haven't gotten into, for example, exemptions. And I raised the issue that, you know, I could be in favor of projects that are 100% affordability on there, but you know, that might mean that we have to toy with this ratio a little bit. I also like the idea of the incentives of, if we're getting further away from the where the location of the property in question, that maybe it has to be a higher ratio. So I mean, I'm not totally, you know, completely against a 1-to-1. I just see that there's some mitigating factors that need to be weighed into there. So that, and I definitely wouldn't support it where it says no less than 1-to-1, because that means it's going to open it up for less than 1-to-1. No, just 1-to-1. Okay. All right. Okay. So you just want to make sure I got that clarity of what you were trying to achieve there. Anyway, I'm not really comfortable quite going ahead with it my own self at this point. I think there needs to be a little more exploration on this particular one, and that's where my position is.
Yes, Supervisor Rudascu.
So in the spirit of providing clarity, I appreciate Mayor's comments about let's provide clarity. I think providing clarity and being really clear about what the options are two different things. So we can say no less than 1-to-1. We can also provide incentives, which provide flexibility to our cities. I think that it's important. Like, we're here to preserve ag land, and so we could be providing clarity and saying it's no less than 2-to-1. That's providing clarity. That may not be appropriate in every situation. So I'm of the opinion that that option A at this point feels appropriate, that it's no less than. There could be, and I'm also supportive of the idea of looking at incentive, phased incentives based on where the land is located.
Ian,
yeah, just the option, I'm not sure how the option works or the incentive works for if someone using during their good faith negotiation, trying to get ag land near the city, they can't find it. We punish them because it's 10 miles away somewhere else by saying you need to get more than 1-for-1. I don't see how that's an incentive, right? Either we believe it's a good faith effort near the city, and I mean, you know, if there's we've been going through it, right? It's land near your city. Have you talked to that owner? Yes or no? You know, either they're going to lie to us or they're not. Either the owner wants to sell or they can come to agreement. But if we're saying a good faith effort, why would you say now that you have to move because it's it's a minimum 1-for-1. So just to do your development, you have to find land somewhere. And we just voted to say it could be within the county. Now we're saying the possibility of, let's make that more than 1-for-1. So that's a little shaky for me. And then I would just add is, we're not just here for protection of ag land. We're here for overseeing well-developed communities versus protection of open space and agricultural land, right? So we need to look out for the cities too, not just, you guys got me, thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Mayor Velasquez.
Yeah, I just have a question just on the 5 to 15 miles away and the ratio for that to be considered. Just wanted to hear a little bit more on the reason and the rationale for that. But also I think I'm not sure when we're looking at the exemptions and whether this is a piece. If we look at the history of how the land has been mitigated, it's been the overall mitigation ratios went to 5 to 1. So we've never done anything higher than that. So I think looking at history in terms of what's been done as well as looking at how we move forward, and the 1-to-1 ratio, I think it's something that we've heard from the cities in the past, and many of the Salinas Valley cities developed their MOU based on a 1-to-1 ratio. So that's already been established as well. But I would like to hear some of the rationale of if we're allowing the cities and we're saying they're making a good faith effort to find comparable land within their area, but if it's not and they have to go further, then as Commissioner Oglesby said, it seems like we're going to punish them for having to go outside, even though it's still within the county. And then also for my question is just when do the exemptions kind of come in, and when do we have more details and clarity about that?
Sure, I can try. I'm not sure if this will be completely satisfying, but like with option B and the wording that refers to within 5 miles of the city's boundary, I'm not sure if that question was directed at staff, but that was just a sort of alternative that we lifted straight out of the City of Gonzales ordinance. So they might be in a better position to explain like how that was arrived at, or what kind of negotiations or analysis went into that. But that's not something that Lafco staff developed. That's basically an alternative where we were saying, in lieu of, or as an alternative to option A, the commission could consider one of these other standards. For example, as we already discussed, the current draft ordinance of the County of Monterey simply just, although I think at one time, maybe with earlier versions of the ordinance, they did investigate establishing some, vicinities or sort of guidance as to geographical location where the conservation easements would go. In the end, my understanding, just looking at their draft ordinance, is as it's currently written, those mitigation lands could be anywhere in the county. And then, like I said, this other kind of standard of 5 miles, or it's actually kind of a two-part standard. It says within 5 miles of the city's boundary, and the applicant has demonstrated that it contributes to the city's agricultural economy. So just for kind of like, full discussion purposes, it does have that two-part kind of test to it. But that is something that they developed, not something that we were holding up as something that we've developed for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any other commission discussion on 2C, the 1-to-1? Marianne, do you want to put a motion out there?
I would like to make a motion that we take option A, take out the word generally, and put at a ratio of 1-to-1 on equivalent lands, and then meaning 1 acre, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
It's been seconded
I will
by
second it.
seconded by Poitras. Supervisor Church.
Just a comment on it. I'm not necessarily against this, but I really think I would have liked to have seen something a little more detailed explored on an incentive, and so I'm not going to support it because of that reason. And we're getting to a real core here, and I think there's several unanswered questions that I really have on options.
Okay. Mayor of Salinas, then Mayor of Soledad.
Just quickly, a point of clarification on the motion. So it is a 1-to-1 straight across the board, correct, Commissioner?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yeah, I have a clarification too. So we're saying 1-to-1 across, but we also are saying statewide mapping designation. Is it on? Statewide mapping designation, that requires higher, right? So we don't want to say it's 1-to-1 across the board, because obviously if there's
That's what
that
we're-
land that's in statewide, then that's going to be at a higher ratio than the 1-to-1. I just want to be clear that we're not moving on a 1-to-1 without considering that statewide significance.
Yep, Commissioner Leffel stated option A. Commissioner Oglesby?
Yeah, what's the clarification? That's so one for one, not like for like.
Maker of the motion?
If you read A, it says, and should occur on lands with equivalent or higher farmland mapping designation, like for like or better with regard to mapping designations. But it's 1-to-1
Acre.
with like land. So that it is not going to lesser land, and that should allay some of the concerns that people have that it's not as good of land being offered up as what is being put with housing on it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Chair. Commissioner Root Askew.
It's no, I don't believe that this upholds the mission that we're here for LAFCO. We're not utilizing our authority in an appropriate way to support the preservation of open space agricultural lands within patterns of efficient development. I think that there are nuances, and we're limiting ourselves from being able to address applications that may be unique or have special considerations if we go with a hard and fast 1-for-1.
Was that a yes or a no? No.
Commissioner Church.
No.
Commissioner Leffel.
Yes.
Commissioner Oglesby.
Aye.
Commissioner Poitras.
Yes.
Vice Chair Craig.
Yes.
And Chair Gorley.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Discussion area number 3, potential exceptions for mitigation requirements. The shortened version, Aaron, again.
Shortened version is limited exceptions on a case-by-case basis. And we've discussed prior meetings, it's really difficult to know at the annexation stage with any certainty what the actual land uses are going to be when a development project comes along, which could be several years after the annexation has been approved and finalized. And so that's the basic underlying reason for why staff would be recommending for limited exceptions on a case-by-case basis, while recognizing that the commission would always have discretion to decide when mitigation should be, or when a project should be exempt from mitigation. And we've identified here one example being for proposed annexations that are deed restricted 100% for affordable housing, but that would just be one example. And what staff is suggesting is that it would be best to deal with this on a case-by-case basis instead of providing us, or sort of explicitly listing out specific types of land uses or types of projects that would be exempt, simply because it is essentially impossible to know at an annexation stage what exactly the mix of land uses or footprints, or how much of the site is going to be used for a certain type of project. It's really hard to know that with any certainty during our process.
Back for commission discussion. Mayor Velasquez.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I think for me, and this is my discussion and recommendation in terms of this is where the exceptions come in, right? And I had been asking for that. So I think given the fact that we have been hearing from the cities, and also the discussion here in terms of affordable housing and more for the cities. And I'll say this, I think at the last couple of workshops, that's what we've heard, that there's an impediment, right, for us and the cities to be able to move forward to develop housing, especially housing that meets all the needs of our community. But I know affordable housing obviously is really critical to all of our communities, but I know South County as a whole as well in terms of developing that housing that we need to meet our RENA numbers, and some of the deeper pockets are the ones that we're not meeting. So I would want to make sure that there's a consideration for an exception to affordable housing to be added to this. I know there's probably other discussions in terms of what other exceptions are made, but I want to make sure that there is an understanding, given that we've heard over and over again that housing is an issue, and that we're doing this to make sure that we are providing clarity to the cities moving forward to be able to provide the housing that's needed within our county and within our region. So I would recommend that we include that as part of option A.
Commissioner Craig?
Thank you. So I think that was actually option B, if I'm not mistaken. It's establishing exceptions that you're recommending to include housing, to include the housing development that enables jurisdiction to meet its RENA numbers. And I would also add ag-related production and food processing plants. Obviously, that's going to be a critical element when we have our South County cities that are trying to encourage production of agriculture. Certainly, those plants are going to be absolutely critical. It is also listed as a request of the 5 Salinas Valley cities to include that in with the exemptions. Thank you.
Commissioner Oglesby.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say about the ag buildings, not just, housing, but I like the 100% housing. I do think it should be, 5 or 6 exemptions, if not more, and then some type of statement, what includes but not limited to, but it should be a developer or the city should be able to look at, I fit this, I should be able to go forward. They shouldn't have to call and ask someone here on something as simple as, we should come up with some exemptions that we know we're going to be comfortable with. Excuse me. And then I know one of them by Supervisor Church, and I don't think any commission going forward 5-10 years from now is going to say no to 100% affordable housing, right? So that's how simple it is. Some of these things we know we're going to appreciate and move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Church.
I just want to express my support there for what Commissioner Oglesby and Velasquez have stated. Because we need to have affordable housing in there, 100% affordable housing. I would like to make one little suggestion from the way it's currently written. It's currently written as affordable housing would be deed restricted. But one thing that's being talked about a lot is affordable by design. And I think, there's a lot of direction, a lot of proposals are coming forward by that. And I think we don't want to limit if somebody's come up with affordable by design, it's not deed restricted. We want to encourage that.
Commissioner Leffel?
I agree with that 100%. I also believe that we've got to keep in mind job housing balance. So as we encourage housing, we also have to encourage jobs. And if they're in the ag field, that's even better because it is a dovetail to what we need. That's where the value added is. And I think that's where this county has been going, which has really put us ahead of most other counties in the nation. The other thing is also land for schools, because if that land is donated, I don't know that they should be penalized to move out and have to mitigate that land. So school, which is to me a very, very fundamental public benefit for our young families in the Salinas Valley, and it's expensive to build a school, so if they can eliminate the cost of land for the school district, that to me is a huge plus.
Just a question. I hear us moving farther and farther towards where right now we have a our agricultural mitigation requirements, approvals through 2000 have ranged from 1 to 1 to over 2.1 with an overall average of approximately 1.5 to 1. We just, in our last decision, said at a ratio of 1 to 1, and now we're adding on a number of exemptions. I'm supportive of using our policies to advance and incentivize the type of development that we know we need. I'm supportive of setting LAFCO policies that incentivize the development of high density, built by affordable by design, affordable housing. I think our policies can be designed in such a way that they create the incentive for that type of development to happen where we know it needs to happen. But at this point, we're winding down this path where we're moving farther and farther away from that. A policy that says we basically through in item 1A, discussion area 1, we just talked about incentivizing larger annexation projects and decentivizing smaller annexation projects, which is historically what we've always said we wanted. And I think we have to be careful when we talk about what we're going to be putting exemptions in place for without going back and relooking at this generally accepted 1-to-1 ratio. So that's a caution I'm just laying out for all of us, because otherwise we're going to find ourselves in a reality where our overall mitigation is something closer to 0.7 or 0.6 for the full land that we've annexed. And I don't think that's what we want to have happening, but it's a path that we're walking down. The question that I have is when we're talking about exemptions, I hope that we're talking about exemptions for a full project. We're not talking about someone's coming in with a 50-acre annexation, and we're now going to exempt the portion of it that's 100% affordable, and we're now going to exempt the portion of it that's for the infrastructure that's necessary to build out that development. I hope what we're talking about is if someone comes up with annexate, as Catherine Avila was commenting, if someone comes up with an annexation and it's for farm worker housing and it's a 5-acre annexation, in that case we may offer an exception. But we're not talking about piecemealing out these larger annexations to reduce even below the 1-to-1 that we've already outlined. So just need to share some of the concerns that I'm feeling as we continue down this conversation.
Appreciate your comments. Reed.
So legally speaking, I'd call it maybe a yellow caution flag, thinking of Laguna Seca. At this point, I hear what the commission's saying, and just like last week when you gave us a homework assignment, we went to look and see what was available. I want to give you that same bit of feedback now. With respect to exemptions, I think Darren did a good job of identifying one of the challenges, and that kind of ties back into what we talked about earlier with enforceability. Because if you exempt a project because it's an agricultural related use, and then subsequently after the annexation occurs, there's a change. Is that use that went from, in the Unicool project example, a cooler facility to what's being proposed now, which is a different use? Is that accurate? I haven't kept close tabs on the current status of things. So with exceptions that exist, I think, for example, you're on stronger footing with an affordable housing project. Deed restrictions in affordable housing are extraordinarily common. They're expected. When you talk about controlling the future use of the property, that's an awfully good way to ensure, right? But you can't have that same tool for an ag-related use or for even a community or public use, right? You could designate it, it'll be a retention bond, or it'll be a metro station, and that might change in time. So thinking of ways, I'm putting my thinking hat on, obviously, to think of things that might be available. But I wanted to just kind of float that out there. I am hearing the interest in this, and so I think staff has heard it too, and we can get to work on trying to provide you with feedback that involves responding to those, but also, I'll have some homework to do to respond to you about what is actually achievable here, because I do hear some good policy goals, and see if we can find some workarounds to get there, legally speaking.
Commission discussion, motion, anybody have any action?
I'll make a motion that we actually establish specific exceptions, and we can allow and ask staff and council to come back with what is reasonably allowed under that. but that we do set aside in our overall a place for exceptions.
Well, I would like you to actually set those exceptions. You want the staff to bring those?
I would second that. And on the second, through the chair, yeah, we can name them, and then if council and staff says these are unreasonable, that, we can't lock them in legally, then, we're going to do the right thing and not lock them in. But we should give them something to work on. We know 100% housing, like the council said, that's pretty standard, right? But I did hear from the cities, and I did read in the staff report that, sometimes they need some of these ag buildings, these ag facilities, and I don't know where they go if they're not by the ag land. And then I don't know appropriate, for example, Reed, I agree with you a little bit, Reed, but I'm using this as an example. When I heard the guy say, well, they got to donate 20 acres for the school district, I felt they were just doing that to kick the development, goodwill, right? But that cost was being eaten up by someone else, right? Probably eventually homeowners and really the affordable housing owner, the rental, because it's going to be passed on. But if there's no legal way to do it, if there's no legal way to hold them to that, then we should know that, and then we'll just scratch it off the list. So, trying to do what you want, Chair. Name a couple things, and if they don't stick, they don't stick. But we do have the exemption policy.
Maker of the motion.
So what I heard was 100% affordable. I heard land for schools, and I heard agricultural related businesses.
So
do we have a second on the motion? Commissioner Church has a question on the motion. Oh, I can't see it. Okay.
Yes, I second it.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
just a point of clarification. So for the maker of the motion, the Salinas Valley cities are requesting ag-related production and food processing plants. And also, just for clarification on housing, they're also requesting housing development that enables a jurisdiction to meet its RENA numbers. So while, and Mayor Velasquez and I are, saying potato in terms of 100% affordable and whatnot, I do think the language for being able to meet the RENA numbers should be part of that language for the exception.
No, because you might as well include the entire development at that point.
Yeah,
and then we're not mitigating but 0.2 to 1 ag land mitigation. We're not getting any ag land mitigation at all.
Through the chair, though. Through the chair.
Sure, have at it.
That's why I thought we were going to send it back to staff and let them come up with those objections, right? Because sitting here right now, I think the only one that's going to make it through there is the 100% affordability.
Commissioner Church.
Just to follow up like the comments, before let's sending it back to staff, let them explore whatever option they want. It's going to have to come back to us. But I do want to just kind of really second Supervisor Askew's comments earlier, is that the more exemptions we make, the more it draws into question that one-to-one. And if we're going to make a whole bunch of exemptions, then we got to start going back and looking at that again. So I'll be 100% affordability is where I'm at. I possibly can persuade on something else, but I want to see what staff has to say.
Just want to say the key here is to leave ourselves some options, let staff work it out, and they can come back and tell us what makes sense, what doesn't, and then we can go from there.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, I believe. What's that?
I said I will go back to that we will, how do I want to say this? That we will establish specific exceptions, and we will do that in accordance with what the staff comes back to discuss with us and recommend.
Okay, but Ian wanted us to define those exceptions so staff could tell us why we couldn't do those.
So.
Yeah, I will second that with that's the caveat, or could or could not, right?
Right.
And I think we went through 100% affordable, we ag facilities, someone said schools, and we should be able to say that we looked at it and it did make sense. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, excellent. So we have a motion, we have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Root Askew. Commissioner Church.
Aye.
Commissioner Leffel.
Yes.
Commissioner Oglesby.
Aye.
Commissioner Poitras.
Yes.
Vice Chair Craig.
Yep.
And Chair Gorley.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Discussion area number 4, land subject to mitigation requirements. Darren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What staff is recommending here is that mitigation should be required for lands that are basically the main designations, farmland designations identified by the state of California, Department of Conservation on their farmland maps. That's kind of the gold standard, that's the go-to source that everybody looks at to see, what those designations are, what's been identified as being farmland. The key thing here that staff is suggesting as part of option A is that the determination and what's considered to be subject to being required to do mitigation should be tied to a specific date of those designations. And and what staff is suggesting here is that mitigation should be required for these designations as of the date of the Commission's adoption of these guidelines. And we're basically saying the state of California's current designations. And the reason why staff is recommending that is because those designations can change. Lands that are designated prime farmland today, within about 2 to 4 to 5 years, if they are left fallow for whatever reason, if they're not irrigated or farmed, there is every possibility of those lands, even though they're the same lands, they haven't changed. The same eligibility, same soil structure, drainage, et cetera. There is a very real possibility of lands being undesignated by the state if they're not farmed or irrigated for whatever reason. So anyway, staff is recommending that it would be wise, prudent, a good practice to link the mitigation requirements to designations as of a date certain, and the date that staff would recommend would be the adoption of these guidelines. And then just as option B, staff is just identifying that the guidelines, once they're developed out, we could link the mitigation requirement to map designations as of some other date, such as the date of an annexation proposal or the prior adoption of an MOA or some other date or no specific date. But in staff's view, the best practice, the best way to achieve what seems to be the Commission's intent here is to link it to the current designations. So that's staff's recommendation.
Commission discussion. Commissioner Church?
So I learned here today that prime farmland can become non-prime farmland, even though the earth doesn't change, which is interesting concept. So I would be, in favor of using those maps that are laid out, but it strikes to me that if land is fallow for 5 years, can then become non-prime farmland. There may be farmland out there that's not being used that could be started up as farmland and be prime land, and we're neglecting that. So, I'm okay with that, with the addition that any prime farmland that is added to these maps be included. And I'll make a motion out of that.
Commission discussion? I'll second the motion.
Are you talking about B?
A.
You're talking about A.
So well, it would be today's date of the maps, and then any future prime ag land that's added to the maps instead of pulled away. And I think I second the motion. Okay. Commissioner Oglesby?
I guess a very technical question. How do you remake it? How do you make it prime land? Prime, but it's possible. Just start. What is it?
Drill a well and go.
Well, I mean, you have water, but just start farming it. I guess. Yeah. Okay. And then what is the process for it to be, get back onto the map? Do we call the state or someone comes down, or it's just a?
It's a little bit of an arcane process, but
that's okay. I don't need to know it. But
the state of California goes through and they look at maps. They've got people. They look at aerial photos. They do field surveys. That's something they do on a rolling basis.
Commission discussion on the motion.
I just have a question, if I may, Chair. How often is land that was fallow turned into prime land?
I don't know. It's probably not that often. And to kind of put things in perspective, if you look at the farmland maps, and we actually have some here in the binders from November 27th under attachment 3, about midway through that under tab 3, we have these farmland maps. And if you look at Gonzales, Salinas, the main Salinas Valley cities, especially the ones where we're anticipating changes, annexation proposals in the foreseeable future. If you look at areas that are within their existing sphere of influence, I think for the most part it's prime farmland, some statewide importance. I think there's a tiny bit of unique farmland. I don't think there's any significant amount of grazing land or those types of designations that have the potential to get kind of upgraded to prime farmland if they were to be disked and irrigated. I think for the most part it is already prime farmland if you look at those maps.
All right, thank you. It seems to me if there were prime farmland out there, it would already be farmed on.
Yeah, for the most part, but it does happen. There are areas outside of Marina that were kind of fallow grazing land or pasture land or something like that and have come under cultivation in the last few years. So it does happen, but probably not very much.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at all the foothills in the central Salinas Valley, Gonzales, Soledad, everything that's now going into vineyards or avocados or citrus. And then, of course, deep south, down by Bradley, southern tip of Monterey County, there's several thousand acres now that are all vegetable crops. So it's pretty incredible if you've got water. Mayor Craig, go
Thank
ahead.
you. I'm just wondering if it makes sense to include some language in option A as we're talking about it. In general, ag mitigation should be provided for lands being annexed that are designated as either prime farmland or farmland of statewide importance on the State of California Department of Conservation's important farmland maps as of the date of the Commission's adoption of LAFCO's ag mitigation implementation guidelines. I'm wondering if we should be clarifying that it's at the time of annexation application, and then that way it stays current for the project.
I agree with that.
So we would have to change our motion then, right? We have a motion and a second on the floor. So would that be a friendly amendment?
Requesting a friendly amendment of the maker of the motion.
Yes.
Adding the language that it is at the time of the annexation application.
Yeah, that's two different things. I mean, we're looking at we're looking for it setting up now. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to take that. Unless I'm
So could I, Supervisor Church, I think it addresses what you were saying, that if land is put into production or it changes, that this would actually incorporate that in, because it's not from the time we're adopting the guideline, which is today or January, but it will be at the time of the annexation of each annexation request. So whatever is on the maps at that time, it would then match.
Well, that's not what our motion was.
That's not the motion.
I understand. I think we're asking for a friendly amendment.
Right.
I mean, the land that is designated now as prime farmland is prime farmland. The only other question is land that somebody could have died and the heirs didn't use it for some time, or it just didn't have access to water, but it's good land, and this is taking into account that. I'm trying to take as broad a scope of prime farmland as possible. I feel this just narrows it down.
Sure. Mayor Velasquez.
I just have a quick clarification on that in terms of what option A says, right, in terms of the current designation. But when it comes to the annexation application, and that's when we're going to review it, and that's when it's going to be approved. And the cities, I mean, everybody's doing CEQA, and they have to take into consideration, that's one of the elements in terms of the mitigation is the farmland, right? They have to look at this land, and if it's prime ag land, that would come as part of the application process. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, I mean, the cities are already evaluating this, and they would have to look at the farmland designation at the state level. And so we're saying,
So devil's advocate, if I want to bring 700 acres in, and right now we're growing broccoli, cauliflower, and all of a sudden I stopped irrigating that for 5 years, it falls off the prime ag land, then you don't have to mitigate.
so it falls off of the state. It doesn't fall off of the state farmland. It does? Okay.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Root Askew. Commissioner Church.
Aye.
Commissioner Leffel.
No.
Commissioner Oglesby.
Aye.
Commissioner Poitras.
No.
Vice Chair Craig.
No.
And Chair Gorley.
Yes.
The yeses have it.
Thank you. Can I move adjournment?
Can you just restate the motion?
Any other comments to
Oh,
read?
option A, okay, option A. Got it. They told me it's option A, good. Okay.
Commissioner Oglesby, do you have anything?
No, I thought there was a question on this side.
Okay. I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. We'll see you in January. Reed, did you have anything to add? You're done.
Thank you all.
Everybody's good?
So mitigation A is what was staff recommendation. I'm just was confused.